All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody, and an extremely warm welcome to the third BBNJ Symposium. It is amazing to welcome you all here to our beautiful auditorium at the Museum of Tomorrow. We've got so many people joining us in person over the next 3 days, and we also have a really significant audience online. So hello to everyone joining us online. I believe there's about 400 of you. Welcome to all of you from around the world. I think this is going to be a really meaningful, powerful meeting. It's great to see the networking already beginning. We are going to discuss, debate, collaborate on the role of science and knowledge in BBNJ. And I don't know about you, but I am just thrilled and quite amazed that I am in Rio de Janeiro. You know, this is a beautiful city, so closely associated with major milestones in global environmental cooperation. So it is such a brilliant place to be. My name is Hermione Coburn. I am part of the team at Mara Consultants, and we've convened all three of these symposia. First of all, I think some of you were with us back in 2023 in Edinburgh in Scotland, then in Singapore 2025, and now here in Brazil. And I'm going to be helping to facilitate the conference, encouraging you all to get involved in the discussion. But most importantly, I'm going to be helping you be in the right place at the right time so that we can make the most of our time together. We're here in Rio thanks to a really successful partnership between Mara and our co-organizers, the National Institute for Oceanographic Research here in Brazil. And I would like to firstly say a huge thank you to André Poljak and his team. They have been a brilliant team to work with. André is Director of Research and Innovation at INPO. You're going to be hearing more from him as he's chairing panel 2. But thank you, everyone at INPO. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you. So I am now delighted to begin our opening ceremony. And I'm going to be introducing a series of distinguished guests who will each be saying a couple of minutes of opening remarks. So I would like to begin by introducing Andrea Lacce. Andrea is Secretary for Strategic Policies and Programs at the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation here in Brazil.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here with you all. I thank Professor Sagan and André and also Merle Robert for the invitation to be here. I'm not a person from ocean, I am a physics, but now I'm going to speak like a person of the government. The agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction he represents a historic milestone for the international law of the sea and for the protection of the global ocean. Areas beyond the nation jurisdiction accounting for approximately 2/3 of the ocean surface of the planet and play a fundamental role in climate regulation, biodiversity conservation, and the provision of ecosystem services that are essential for humanity. By ratifying the agreement in 2025, Brazil joined the group of countries leading global effort toward its implementation, reaffirming its commitment to the conservation of marine biodiversity and to sustainable development. For Brazil, a country with more than 80,500 kilometers of coastline and with a recognized scientific tradition in oceanography and Antarctic research, the implementation of the BBNJ agreement is not only an international obligation, it is a strategic opportunity. An opportunity to strengthen our scientific capacities, an opportunity to expand our international engagement, an opportunity to further align science with government decision-making. The Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation has played an important role in this process. Throughout the negotiation conducted under the United Nations framework, the Ministry contributed with technical, scientific, and strategic inputs that supported development of Brazil's position in the international discussion. Through its general coordination for ocean and Antarctic science, the Ministry works to articulate issues related to ocean science, marine governance, and international scientific cooperation, helping to connect Brazil's scientific production with global ocean governance agendas. More than simply following the negotiation, the challenge now is to prepare the country for the effective implementation of the agreement. This involves strengthening scientific capacities, promoting human research and development, expanding international cooperation networks, and structuring international instruments capable of integrating science, public policy, and marine environment governance. Within the framework of the symposium, the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation will host a side event entitled Capacity Building and Transfer of Marine Technology under the BBNJ Agreement, dedicated to discussing Part 5 of the treaty. I will not speak much more about that, but I would say that discussion proposed by this side event seeks to reflect on how the commitment established in the agreement can be translated into concrete public policy actions. The section will bring together representatives from government, academy, civil society, and international organizations in the dialogue aimed to identify existing scientific capacities in Brazil, institutional gaps, and opportunities for international cooperation. Brazil already has important initiatives such as the Science in the Sea program, the Antarctic Science Program, the national coordination of the UN Decade of Ocean Science. This initiative demonstrates the country's capacity to mobilize scientific excellence in support of public policy. The challenge now is to strategically integrate this effort so that Brazil is well prepared to actively contribute to the implementation of the BBNJ agreement. In concluding, I would like to emphasize that the entry into force of the treaty opens a valuable window of opportunity to strengthen the interface between science, technology, and ocean governance. I am confident that we'll have 2 excellent days of discussion, and I thank you all for coming to our beautiful city to work together on this important ocean challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Great opening remarks. We're now going to move swiftly on, and I'm going to invite Amandine Chevet, Blue Ventures Manager from Ocean Pack. Thank you, Amandine.
All right. I'd like first to thank everyone to be here, and a special thanks to the INPO, the MCTI, and the Museum of Tomorrow for hosting this event and having you here in Brazil. I hope you really enjoy it. So at Ocean Pact, we are delighted to be here, and we are delighted to see the great acceleration of the ocean as part of the global agenda of sustainable development. I'd like to invite everyone to reflect on the fact that it's been 40 years since the Brundtland Report grounded the basis of sustainable development. And it's only in the recent years that the ocean has been part of the agenda. We believe there is a strong momentum around the BBNJ, and that it also represents a new journey for the ocean science and international cooperation. This new journey lays in a big question. How will we know, understand, learn from, manage sustainably the shared resources of the Big Blue, while doing that collectively and doing that efficiently, fast enough, and being able to scale? This is a question that is at the heart of Ocean Pact's mission, and it drives our activity from environmental assessment, spatial planning, ocean research, and ocean intelligence. It's been 17 years that we work with the ocean, and we believe that there is a necessity to build bridges between policy, science, and industry. And we do that through investing in research and development. Especially, we invest in promising technologies such as remote operations, remote sensing, autonomous vehicles, which we believe, and AI, which we believe can enable us to address those main challenges. We'll also do it through partnerships, private and public partnerships, and with actors that we believe share the same bold vision that we have. For example, we're working with the INPO and Hub Ocean, which I know is here today, on how we can address some of the structural barriers that will enable to deploy technology at scale. One of the examples is a call to action that we are building to address the gap in eGNA genetic reference bank in the South Atlantic, which stop the eGNA technology to be scaled in this region. So we start with Brazil, and we hope that you will join us in this mission. Another example of that is how we can build together the framework that will invite and that will enable and incentivize private companies to share their data safely and use their offshore operation and offshore infrastructure and transform it into environmental data assets. So we hope that we'll do that together. We don't have 40 years to make it. The next decade is crucial, and I think it's the moment to unite forces. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amadine. Okay, now I'd like to invite Adamilson Zamboni, Director of Oceana Brazil, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Oceana in Brazil, I thank you for the invitation to the opening of the study BBNJ 3 seminar. Well, and I'd like to congratulate the organizers of this important event, in special the INPO, an organization that, fortunately, I am proud to serve as a board member. Well, as you know, after about 2 decades of negotiations under the framework of the United Nations, we are now even closer to implementing the Hague 3 cities. And an agreement which widely considered one of the most important and ambitious global commitment to protect the marine environment, to protect the marine life. And I'd say more, because this commitment, which will certainly lead us into a new era of ocean science, is my perception. I would say we are facing a historic momentum for many, many reasons. Because for the first time, the international community, from governments to scientists, from NGOs to local leaders to important communities, artisanal communities mainly, and among many other groups involved, offered us, we're going to have a new, very, very important new framework able to protect the biodiversity in the high seas. And much more, you have a chance to distribute its important values among all, equality, you know. However, a paper tweet won't help, won't save the oceans, won't protect the oceans. What matters now is working hard to turn commitments into real actions. Because global leaders are truly committed, if global leaders are truly committed to the spirit of this treaty, ambitious actions will be necessary, will be pivotal for us. It's a shared and necessary global responsibility that our government, that Brazil, also embrace it. So we cannot afford to be late. The time to act is now. But I'm sure that many of the ideas, partnerships, and solutions needed to put this treaty in place will emerge from the side events, panels, discussions, and debates we're going to have in the coming days here in Rio, into this emblematic building, the Museum of Tomorrow, that spreads science as well. So that said, I'd like to say that we are going to work hard to deliver our best, you know, to reach the best result possible here. And I wish to all of us a very productive and, how can I say, action-oriented seminar. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I think we are going to work hard. We can. Okay, so now, just arrived, I'm very pleased to welcome Julian Barbier, Head of Marine Policy and Regional Coordination Section at IOC UNESCO. Julian, some opening words, please.
Thank you very much. Bon dia. Very happy to be back in the Museum of Tomorrow, which is becoming really a regular place for discussing international issues as they relate to the ocean. Very happy to welcome you on behalf of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, and also to thank the host of this meeting, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and all our friends who have been supporting the BBNJ cause, INPO, and of course Samara for putting together this very exciting programs that which I have no doubt will contribute to our collective task. And our collective task is really to move from negotiation to implementation, and really to ensure that we place science and knowledge at the heart of the treaty, the BBNJ treaty. We know that sound scientific knowledge is essential for understanding the complexity of ocean ecosystems, for understanding cumulative impacts, for designing effective conservation measures. But yet science is not sufficient alone if it's not accessible, if it's not collaborative, inclusive, and connected to the decision-making processes. And I think for this purpose, the establishment of an effective science policy interface under the BBNJ agreement will be crucial, and we need to work together to build that. I think scientific bodies are probably most influential when they manage systems, not just knowledge. And we need to think how the treaty can really assist in consolidating research efforts at the international level and towards an enabling collaborative science infrastructure that underpins its objectives. For over 6 decades, the IOC has been working on some of these issues and really strengthening the role of ocean science in global governance by mobilizing scientific cooperation of our member states. And we have 152 member states. And I think through this work, international research programs, observing systems, data sharing networks, we've helped to translate scientific knowledge into information that can support policy and management decisions. I think a key lesson of this experience is the importance of global scientific collaboration. Of course, oceans do not know political boundaries, and it's particularly true for science that studies them. And I think there's already a very strong tradition in ocean science for collaboration at the international level. But we need really to define and design how those international scientific networks and infrastructures, including, for example, the Global Ocean Observing System, which coordinates ocean observations across regions and disciplines, will actually underpin the work of a treaty. We need long-term data that are also essential for monitoring biodiversity, understanding ecosystem change, and evaluating the effectiveness of management measures. Equally important, we also need to push the principle of open and accessible ocean data so that all parties can really have access to this information and also deliver and design equitable and informed decision-making. That's why we, as part of the work of my organization, we work a lot on standardization of data sharing and interoperability. I think another important dimension is certainly capacity development. We know that scientific knowledge and technical expertise remain unevenly distributed around the world. And I think we need to also generate capacity mechanisms to really help all parties to be able to contribute and take part fully in the implementation of the agreement. In this context, I want to highlight the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. I'm sure this is an initiative not unfamiliar to some of you in the room, but it is an initiative that's really there to provide an important framework for strengthening ocean science capacity and collaboration worldwide. And in fact, over the last 5 years, we have now generated over 60 plus international programs, 100 projects, and about 20% of those decade programs that have been established are actually directly generating knowledge for the BBNJ process, from seafloor mapping to deep sea observation to use of eDNA to development of decision support tools and capacity development initiatives. So I think those efforts will continue to strengthen the scientific foundation of BBNJ and hopefully equip stakeholders. Let me tell you that one of the reasons I'm here with my colleague Alison Clausen this week is, of course, this symposium, but not only. We're also here to prepare the next step and in the ocean decade. And next year we will be, Rio will be hosting the 2027 Ocean Decade Conference. And together with our partners, the Ministry of Science, we are going to ensure that this moment is very important to design and really focus on the priorities that we have for the remaining of a decade, particularly in terms of our knowledge gaps and as they relate to the BBNJ aspects. So I think this will be also the work of this symposium this week will be very important in also helping us to identify some of those gaps and how we can really use the decade framework to align initiatives and to generate more investments in ocean research and cooperation. So just to close, the success of the BBNJ agreement will not only depend on legal frameworks, it will also depend on creating this collaborative and inclusive and grounded open access to data and knowledge. And this is within the agreement, but also around the agreement. And rest assured that the IOC stands ready to support this process. And I very much look forward to your discussions and findings during this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gillian. And now I would like to invite my colleague, Professor Murray Roberts, who is the Director of Mara Consultants, to say a few opening words. Thanks, Murray.
Thank you, Hermione. So we made it to Rio. It's really amazing to be here. It's a privilege and a pleasure. And thank you again to everyone that's made this possible across INPO and across all the partners behind this meeting. I don't know about you, but I find it really hard to watch the news at the moment. You turn on the TV and we see turmoil, chaos, death, and destruction. And I think BBNJ unites us in a way that's really, really special at this point in human history. We have more in common than those things that divide us. And this treaty reminds us of that. We can work across borders. We can bring people together. I hope this symposium is one small step towards advancing that really lofty aim. And I think I can see it working from the energy that's in the room at the moment, the energy that's online. We're sorry you can't be with us, but it's fantastic. I think we have around 400 people joining us online, and we're building momentum through the other symposia that Hermione introduced. These are independent academic spaces where we can talk freely about the things that we're passionate about and we care about. We launched the series in Edinburgh in 2023, considering the entirety of the treaty as best we could in the short time we had together. In Singapore in 2025, with the Center for International Law and the government of Singapore, we really looked at that road to ratification and considered the legal aspects in some detail. As a deep sea biologist, I was kind of sitting in the back of the room thinking, why don't we talk about biodiversity and science and knowledge? And this is our chance in the next 3 days in our morning plenaries with incredible panels to talk about those science and knowledge issues that you've heard so eloquently described already. The satellite events, please go to the events in the afternoon. They're incredible. There's such a diversity of events with people from all stages of their careers and discussing their ambitions and their plans for the future. I will wrap up very quickly with a few final remarks. The year that we see the BBNJ Treaty enter into force is, by coincidence, the 150th anniversary of the HMS Challenger returning to port after that circumnavigation of the globe that more or less pulled oceanography, marine biology together in one coherent science-led whole. Why do I mention it today? It was also so international in its reach and impact. The scientists involved didn't hold all those samples back in their labs, which happened to be at the University of Edinburgh, where I'm based. They sent them out around the world to be analysed and worked upon. Many of them are at the Natural History Museum in London. Many others are all around the world. That's amazing, and that's the spirit that was there 150 years ago that we want to develop and expand upon into the future. So to end, I think use the time we have together to network, build the links, build the plans, and let's get ready for the next decade and the decades to come. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Murray. And now to conclude our opening ceremony, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Sejen Esteban, Director General of the National Institute for Oceanographic Research, INPO, here in Brazil.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure to welcome you in Rio de Janeiro for this symposium on the contribution of science and knowledge supporting the implementation of United Nations BBNJ. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all participants joining us online from different parts of the world. Your presence reflects the truly global nature and importance of the issues we are addressing today. The ocean areas beyond national jurisdiction cover nearly half of the planet's the planet's surface and represent one of the largest global commons. Protecting these ecosystems while ensuring their sustainable and equitable use is one of the great governance challenges of our time. As mentioned by Murray, you are in the middle of wars and very confusion world, and we have a great opportunity to work together for the protection of the ocean and at the end, the protection of humanity. Science has played and will continue to play a central role in this process, expanding our understanding of deep sea ecosystem, biodiversity patterns, and ocean process is essential for supporting environment impact assessments, area-based managed tools, and capacity development. Science knowledge provides the foundation for informed, evidence-based decision-making. At the same time, the agreement also recognizes the importance of traditional knowledge, particularly the knowledge held by indigenous people and local communities. The interaction between science and traditional knowledges can enrich our understanding of the ocean and contribute to more inclusive and effective approaches to conservation and sustainable use. This dialogue between different knowledge systems will be fundamental for the success of the agreement. Brazil has a long tradition of ocean science and international cooperation in the ocean domain. Hosting this symposium here in Rio de Janeiro reflects Brazil's commitment to advancing ocean knowledge and contribute constructively to global ocean governance. The National Institute for Ocean Research, INPO, operating under the Brazilian Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, is proud to support initiatives that strengthen the interface between science and policy. Institutions like INPO play an important role in mobilizing scientific expertise, fostering international collaboration, and helping ensure that the best available science informs the implementation of global agreements such as BBNJ agreement. Before concluding, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. André Polejak from INPO and Professor Murray Roberts from MARA Consultants for their dedication in organizing this third symposium on BBNJ after Edinburgh and Singapore, as mentioned before. I would like to thank also the Museu do Amanhã, Museu of Tomorrow, where we are, for kindly hosting us in such an inspiring venue here in Rio de Janeiro. Thank you all for being here and for joining us online as well. I hope this workshop and in fact, this conference will stimulate new ideas, partnerships, and contribute to advancing the scientific foundation needed to ensure the effective implementation of the BBNJ agreement for the benefit of the ocean and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much to all our distinguished guests for some absolutely brilliant opening remarks there. Extremely positive words of introduction. I like to watch the audience during these, and you are a great audience already, really listening, lots of nods. I know it's going to be a good meeting just from that. So if you wouldn't mind making your way from the stage very carefully and take your seats, the time has now come for our first keynote address. And I am truly honored to introduce our two speakers for our first keynote. I'm sorry to keep you guys waiting. I hope you are with us online, okay? And I would like to introduce our speakers. This morning we are joined online from Australia by His Excellency Adam McCarthy, who is Chief Counsel and First Assistant Secretary at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Australia. And as I think we probably all know, Adam is the elected co-chair of the BBNJ Preparatory Commission. It also gives me great pleasure to welcome, joining us online from New York, Her Excellency Ambassador Janine Coy-Felsen, Permanent Representative of Belize to the United Nations and elected co-chair of the BBNJ Preparatory Commission. Welcome, Adam and Janine. Can you hear us okay? Yeah, that's great. We can see you very well. And I believe that Janine, you are going to speak first. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. So Janine, we're running slightly late, but we're doing pretty well. So I'll ask Janine to speak first, followed by Adam. So Janine, you may now address the audience here in Rio and online around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. It is a distinct privilege to be able to join you, sadly not in person, but fortunately still virtually. I think it goes without saying, just having heard the opening statements in the opening ceremony, that we have come to the moment that the international community has long been waiting for. A moment when the promise of protecting the biodiversity in global ocean would move from a negotiation to a reality, and that moment has come with the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement, which occurred earlier this year on 17th January. With that step, the work of negotiation has given way to the work of implementation. At the same time, the Preparatory Commission, established to lay the institutional foundations of the agreement, is approaching the final stage of its work. In many ways, we stand at a moment of transition, where that negotiated vision must now be translated into functioning institutions, practical cooperation, and meaningful outcomes for the ocean. It is therefore particularly fitting that the symposium brings together traditional knowledge holders and the scientific, policy, and practitioner communities at precisely this moment. Let me begin by congratulating MARA, INPO, and the government of Brazil for continuing the tradition of the BBNJ Symposium. This third edition promises to be as inspiring as its predecessors, but it also carries particular significance because of where we are in the life of this agreement. Within 12 months of entry into force, the first conference of the parties will convene, and that COP will lay the foundation for the BBNJ regime. It will establish the institutional and operational framework that gives life and meaning to the words of the treaty. It will take us from the what to the how, from commitment to action. Because treaties, however carefully negotiated they do not on their own protect the ocean. It's the people, the institutions, the knowledge, the systems that we put in place working together that do. This is precisely the role of the Preparatory Commission. And I will skip through what the Commission is currently doing because I'll come to that at the end. But what I want to say is the Commission is working on governance, data infrastructure, financial infrastructure, and all these elements taken together is going to create the operational framework of the BBNJ agreement. They will determine not only how the agreement functions, but as many of your speakers have already said, how inclusive, equitable, and effective its implementation will be. But these institutional arrangements don't exist in the abstract. They are enablers, enabling the active participation of states, scientists, knowledge holders, and other stakeholders in the pursuit of that ultimate objective of the agreement, the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. And let me pause here for a moment, because I don't want that to be lost, a deeper significance of that point to be lost. And I'm glad that Adam is online, because I want to make a comparison between our two countries. Like Australia, Belize has a very intimate relationship with the waters that stretch along our coastline. We too host the largest living coral reef in the Western Hemisphere, including 3 of the region's 4 true atolls. We are proud to be among the front runners in achieving the 30 by 30 target, and we've built an extensive network of protected areas from land to sea, achievements made possible through the combined efforts of government, communities, and partners. At the same time, my country could fit more than 300 times into Australia, with a population of 64 times smaller than that of Australia. Australia has more than 40 universities, Belize has 2. And yet today, under the framework of the BBNJ agreement, a Belizean scientist and an Australian scientist may find themselves working side by side on a research vessel in the high seas. A Garifuna knowledge holder and a Torres Strait Islander may share insights shaped by generations of engagement with the ocean. And networks of Caribbean and Australian ocean pioneers may collaborate to inform decisions about marine ecosystems far beyond our immediate site, yet deeply connected to the health of our shores and habitability of our planet. That is what the BBNJ agreement makes possible, a community of ocean stewardship that is larger than any single nation and stronger because it is shared. The BBNJ agreement is a modern treaty. It is the first within the framework of the law of the sea to pursue an integrated approach to biodiversity, ocean governance, and climate change, bringing together knowledge systems, institutions, and people across time and space. It seeks to be a leveler, particularly in the area of marine genetic resource. The agreement embeds the principle of equity within the architecture of benefit sharing, and it is the first treaty to address access and benefit sharing for digital sequence information. And in doing so, it moves beyond a largely transactional relationship between unequal parties towards a more robust multilateral engagement. This engagement will be supported by institutions such as the Access and Benefit Sharing Committee, the Capacity Building and Transfer of Marine Technology Committee, and the Clearinghouse Mechanism. The agreement also seeks to expand knowledge and understanding of MGRs in areas beyond national jurisdiction. This could truly be transformative, deepening our understanding of the ocean genome, of biological resources, and of the pressures they face. That knowledge will inform other core elements of the agreement, like area-based management tools and environmental impact assessments. More broadly, it can inspire innovation, strengthen partnerships, support our shared communities to conserve and sustainably use life below water. For all its ambition, however, the BBNJ agreement has a more humble but equally powerful role. It is a broker of knowledge. It connects those who generate knowledge, those who share it, and those who apply it in policy and practice. And in many ways, the transformational impact of the BBNJ regime will depend on a simple but profound question: how well does knowledge travel from discovery to decision? And this brings me to the importance of this gathering, because this symposium takes place at a pivotal moment as the Preparatory Commission approaches the final phase of its work, and as the BBNJ agreement prepares to move fully into implementation. The discussions taking place here can help inform how the science-policy relationship will function within the emerging regime. And in that sense, this symposium does not simply observe the implementation phase of the BBNJ agreement, it contributes to it. The themes of this symposium speak directly to the institutional work currently underway in the Preparatory Commission, the institutional work relating to the governance, to the clearinghouse mechanism, and to the financial arrangements. I think I may have taken quite a bit of time, but what I want to say is I want to see these the conversations taking place here begin to think about how all of these different institutions can matter to anticipate and manage a science policy interface, because the institutional culture we establish now will shape how the BBNJ regime functions for decades to come. If we get the science policy relationship right, and I want to emphasize that science does not exclude the traditional knowledge holders. If we get that right, the BBNJ regime will not only govern the ocean beyond national jurisdiction, it will help us understand it, care for it, and steward it together. I thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to a productive discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janine. Adam, we'd love to hear from you now.
Well, thank you very much. And can I also join with my colleague and good friend, Ambassador Janine Coyne-Felsen, in congratulating you all on the initiative of this symposium, and also reflecting at this exact point in time on what an honour it is to co-chair the Preparatory Commission, but also what a privilege it is to be here in this moment at this point of time that is pivotal both for the BBNJ regime itself, and I think in a wider sense for the multilateral system and the rules-based order writ large. Focusing in for a minute on the narrower point, we're obviously in a tremendous period of buoyancy and excitement with the entry into force of the BBNJ on the 17th of January, and of course looking forward to the first COP to be sometime towards the end of this year or the start of next year. But we don't want to lose sight of the fact that in between that, the Preparatory Commission has a tremendous amount of work to do. And Janine put it absolutely perfectly. The treaty is words on a page without the work done to build and develop the institutions, the bodies, and the machinery that will make the outstanding historic achievement of the BBNJ agreement into a living, breathing regime that will do all of the things that we wanted to do in terms of protecting the world's oceans and providing for the first time a comprehensive regime.
Audio on Adam for a moment.
Yeah, sure.
Let's just see if we can get that back. Adam, I'm so sorry. I'm not sure if you can hear you. We just lost the last 30 seconds of your presentation. Just give us one moment and we'll see if we can get the audio back. Could you just say something for us? Yes, we can hear you. So if you'd just like to go back maybe 30 seconds, 1 minute, apologies.
No worries at all. Well, look, just to say we're at an absolutely pivotal moment, and there is the excitement of entry into force on the 17th of January, the anticipation of a first conference of parties to come in the next year, but also there's a huge amount of work to be done in terms of putting flesh on the bones, creating a living, breathing set of institutions and arrangements that flow from the historic achievement of the agreement itself. And in terms of the wider multilateral system, this is really going to be, this is not only a major achievement for the multilateral system, but it may be the most significant achievement that takes place over the next couple of years for obvious reasons. So we're charged with a very heavy responsibility, but also I think there's a widespread and very strong desire to see this through to delivery, both for the regime itself and also for what it says about our ability to cooperate globally as an international community and an international system. So turning to the theme of the symposium, the role of science and knowledge in the BBNJ, and after that I'll just turn quickly back to the work of the Preparatory Commission. As we all know, science and knowledge are absolutely fundamental to the effective conservation and the sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, and they are going to underpin all of the pillars of the BBNJ agreement. As set out in Article 7 of the agreement, implementation is to be guided by the best available science and scientific information, as well as the traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples and local communities. And the scientific and technical body established by Article 49 will play a critical role in ensuring the centrality of scientific information and traditional knowledge in treaty implementation and in decision-making, in line with the general principles of the agreement. From an Australian perspective, we value the role of science in ocean governance and have worked very hard to establish the first generation of high seas marine protected areas, including by progressing the underpinning science in a whole range of areas, including most notably the Lord Howe Rise and South Tasman Sea Rise in 2025. Through this agreement, there will be the opportunities for so many states, as Janine has said, to join together and to be ambitious in protecting the high seas and to contribute to the goal of realising the protection of 30% of our oceans by 2030. And as we all know, without the BBNJ coming into force and without the BBNJ being active in establishing NPAs in the next 5 years, that goal is not mathematically reachable without the BBNJ. The 30 by 30 goal hinges on the success of the BBNJ. And I know it's a goal that Australia and many others in the room are working towards. This can only be done by drawing upon all of the available resources, the scientific knowledge and the traditional knowledge as well. I'm conscious of time, so I'll just turn quickly to the work of the Preparatory Commission. We are working collectively to deliver robust governance, institutional and financial frameworks that are required to bring the landmark agreement that is the BBNJ to life. The PrepCom therefore has an important role in ensuring that science and knowledge continue to be embedded in the institutions of the agreement, while we consider on our program of work the terms of reference and modalities for the operation of and the rules of procedure for the subsidiary bodies of the COP, including the scientific and technical body. So we encourage states to continue to draw from the experience of other relevant instruments, frameworks and bodies without being constrained by precedent. The BBNJ agreement is a novel regime. It has a range of new features that have not been seen in the international community before, and it requires innovative approaches in order to be successful. We will also encourage participants in the seminar and delegations at the PrepCom to consider the core issues that need to be elaborated for the scientific and technical body by the first COP and what we may then work towards in the future. I want to stress the importance of the swift completion of the work of the PrepCom at the upcoming session, and that is something that both Janine and I are very much dedicated to and determined for. And we want to assist the first COP by laying the foundations for an infrastructure for the BBNJ that is fit for purpose and ensures the full and effective implementation of the treaty, so that we can start delivering tangible results for the conservation and sustainable use of the ocean as soon as possible. With that, I thank you very much, and I think both Janine and I are very happy to take questions. Thank you.
Janine, Adam, thank you so much. I mean, I am feeling I was pretty inspired when I arrived here at our venue, but I have to say I am now feeling just genuinely so excited for the next 3 days. You have perfectly set the scene for us. We've got our work cut out, but to have you as our opening keynotes means a great deal to all of the audience here and online. I think, yeah, we are not going to let you go without a question. And I'd like to invite one of our co-conveners, Murray, Andre. What would you like to ask Adam and Janine?
Thank you, Hermione. Thank you both. This has been very, very interesting. So thank you, Janine. Thank you, Adam, for joining us, even from afar, and so busy that you are. I have a very quick but very fundamental question. Since we are an independent event running a discussion on the very role of science and knowledge into the implementation phase of the BBNJ, what would you say are the most triggering questions that we should be discussing here to help delegates and the missions at the UN for the last round of the PrepCom? Thank you.
Who would like to answer that question? I think we'd love to hear both your thoughts on that. It's the big question, really.
Can I suggest that Adam, because Adam already touched on a couple of those, and then I'll come in and add a few of my thoughts as well.
Okay, thank you. We'll come to Adam first.
Well, look, thank you very much for the question. Obviously, I think the scientific and technical body lies at the heart of the interaction between scientific knowledge and the BBNJ regime across all of the pillars of the regime itself. The STB has a role in each and every pillar and each and every aspect of the regime. So I think in terms of important considerations for now, it's what is the appropriate mandate and role, and also what are the skills and the expertise? What are we looking for from that committee? What's the expertise? What are the skill sets that we require on that committee? And also, I think it will be very important to ensure that the committee's role as an independent source of scientific advice for the regime overall is protected and enshrined in the institutional arrangements that are concluded at the third PrepCom and passed on to the COP. I've seen this in other international regimes. I've seen both good examples and bad examples. But it's absolutely vital that the independence of the scientific advisory function be institutionally protected and that it be clearly understood that those who participate are serving in a scientific capacity and providing scientific advice for the regime as a whole. Over to you, Janine.
Thanks very much, Adam. And I wanted Adam to speak first because he gives the really core issues that we have to address in the PrepCom. And I wanted to introduce to you or suggest to you to think about where we are in terms of integrated knowledge systems. And it's a topic that was addressed in the opening ceremony. We have what we quote unquote call Western science and traditional knowledge systems. And we need to figure out a way in which, and this will be an innovation for the BBNJ, a way in which those systems can coexist while respecting the boundaries that pertain to traditional knowledge holders, how those can coexist to inform our decision-making processes of the BBNJ agreement. I think that's going to be really, really important. And I think the second part is, how do we create consultation processes that are able to reach those who will have vested interest in some of the decisions that are being taken, but who don't necessarily have the easy communication channels to be able to tap into more mainstream processes. So I think these are some of the things that will need to be addressed. And I looked at your program, and you are looking at different ways of science policy interface. And this is going to be important for the inclusiveness, the participatory aspect of the BBNJ, but the equity outcomes that we want to achieve. So thank you. We can't.
I don't have sound, sorry.
Sorry, you can't hear me?
Can hear you now.
Okay, right. Well, I just need to say a huge thank you again, because, you have set us up for this 3-day meeting here in Rio and online absolutely beautifully. And thank you for taking that question for Andre and really focusing us on what we need to be doing here as we meet in Rio. It has been so incredibly important and wonderful for us to have you as our first keynotes. I know you are incredibly busy people as we're leading up to PrepCom, but I really hope that you might be able to tune back in on and off over the next 3 days to hear the discussions. So if you do want to get back in touch with us, please do so. But yeah, all that remains for me to do now is to ask the audience here in Rio and online to say a huge thank you to our opening keynotes. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody, well, it's just gone 10 o'clock here, and it's time to start the meeting properly with our first panel. But just before we get that first panel underway, I'd like to take a few moments to introduce some procedures. And the first thing we need to do is get our formal welcome from our incredible host venue, the Museum of Tomorrow. So I would like to invite Beatriz Carneiro to the stage to say a few words of welcome.
Thank you, Hermione. I'm sorry, guys, for being a little bit late. It's just the way we do things in Brazil. But my name is Beatriz, as Hermione introduced me. I'm a researcher at the School of Studies here at the Museum of Tomorrow. We're very, very happy to host you all. Welcome to our museum. Here, we want to talk about relevant topics for our planet, the future of our lives, and all of other things that live with us. This is a space for dialogue between science and society. As I understand, this is also the goal of this symposium, fostering dialogue and also sharing expertise on such an important topic, the ocean and its biodiversity. Biologist, and in my life, I was actually a marine biologist. Very happy to be here and be this, so very excited. And we also share synergies, the museum and J Symposium for the museum 10-year anniversary, which was last December. Launched an exhibition about ocean, which is right. I don't know if you guys haven't, please do during lunch. Those of you online, you just have to come see it. And this exhibition also starts off our new cycle, which talks about the 4 elements. And you guessed it, our is about water. Water is the element of memory. It's our home. It flows, it distributes, transforms. And this cycle already transforming, mainly the way we main values here at the museum. The last 10 years, the museum had main values, which is sustainability and conviviality. But for the next 10 years, we switched it a bit and we understand sustainability is conviviality. What does it mean? It's that we see sustainability as existence. So distance between forms of life, different knowledge systems, but human and more than human, what is seen and what is sensed. And it is just a state we can achieve, but built together. And it's also what you guys are doing here and throughout the BBNJ agreement. We are still in the decade of ocean science, and we will host here in Rio in 2027 for the Ocean Decade Conference. So you are collectively new understanding of ocean science, and we are glad to help out, even just for a little bit. So do a great symposium, and a lot more of you in the next year. Welcome once again, and enjoy the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. It's cool to get that slightly different perspective of what we all do and public engagement that happens through the museum. And I hope we'll all be able to hop into that ocean exhibition. It will be open today and Thursday. It's not open tomorrow. I believe we can arrange tickets at the registration desk. So I'm going to ask you to get your chair ready. And while that's a couple of points of housekeeping, just a reminder, we're hard. So we're going to back from lunch, back from coffee on. We'll have 400 people online waiting for us. We hope to post on social media about your experience and the discussion we're taking. We have 3 hashtags appreciate you using. They are BBNJ Symposium, BBNJ 2020, and BBNJ in Rio. So them, and we can all connect online as well. Using Slido, audience online, we will be displaying our code. You can also just go to and our code is BBNJ 2026, and that will enable your questions. For those here with us, you can use Slido if you want to, but we'd also like a verbal discussion when the chair will guide you through that. We have roving microphones with our volunteers. Just a note about the museum, no smoking inside the building. Museum staff are around. Please ask them any questions. Out here, we have our coffee break. We have facilities, toilets, that sort of thing. It's a wonderful building, so please just ask if you're unsure about anything. Just a note about lunch. Lunch, you're responsible for your own. Don't worry, there's going to be coffee available all day. After all, we are in Brazil. But for lunch, we ask that you head out, and in the welcome book, you will find a list of fantastic cafes and eateries around the venue. I just ask you to be back here on time. So yeah, just a final point. If you do have any questions, don't hesitate to ask anyone from the MARA team, from the INPO team. We have a set of really marvelous volunteers with us. These are all early career ocean professionals who kindly accepted to help us throughout these days. You can find these wonderful people wearing t-shirts. I know we have one over there. Give us a wave. So find one of those t-shirts, ask questions, be kind to them, let them know if you need anything, and also if you have any good job opportunities on BBNJ research for them. They all want to hear from you. Okay, so thank you for your patience. We haven't eaten into your time too badly, panel one. Panel one really sets the scene for us. It's all about the biodiversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, why it's important, how do we conserve it now and into the future. I'm delighted to hand over now to my colleague, Professor Murray Roberts, co-founder and director of MARA Consultants and Professor of Applied Marine Biology and Ecology at the University of Edinburgh, who is our chair for the first panel. Murray.
Thank you, Hermione.
Are we all right? Yes? You want to try use this?
Thank you, Hermione. Great to be with you all, and a tremendous panel discussion awaits you. I do want to make sure that we have time for questions from the audience. So I'm going to ask the panelists to bear in mind to keep your answers maybe a little bit trimmed so that we can open it to discussion. I'm confident we can get round, I hope, our 2 rounds of discussion and into questions and answers. So the deep sea, the areas beyond national jurisdiction. Strange place, a place we don't understand well, a place that most people on the planet would never get to see, a place maybe in history that was thought to be mysterious, maybe scary, maybe dangerous, maybe full of sea monsters. The old charts show these incredible drawings of monsters and places in these places that are actually, as we all know, most of our planet. But Angel, to begin our conversation today, could you tell us, as a deep sea biologist yourself, a biological oceanographer from Univali here in Brazil, could you tell us about what characterizes the deep and open ocean and the animals that live there?
Thank you, Murray. Well, okay, in my mind, what I think is the central point of these great environments is the size, is the extension, is the vastness of the open ocean and deep sea. And it's not only geographically, it's in vertical terms. So it's many, many times larger than any other space in the planet, and many, 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 many times larger than any other aquatic environment on Earth. And what this creates is a lot of variability in environmental conditions. So we find like important gradients of light that's restricted to the surface areas, important gradients of temperature, of pressure, even the food availability is concentrated. So in most of these parts, we find conditions that are not observed in coastal areas. And we actually tend to call them like extreme environmental conditions for the existence of life. But every time we go out to explore these areas, and we have done so in the very, very tiny part of this environment, we do find a very rich and diverse fauna that thrives in these areas. And this fauna is not really originated in these deep extreme environments. They're actually descendants of lineages that were originated in the shores, and it found that some in the past maybe 300, 200 million years developed lineages that were invaded, that occupy these extreme areas, and by doing so, they develop the most amazing adaptations, and that's what makes the biodiversity of these areas so interesting. But my final point is also that one of characteristics of this area is that it's mostly deprived of food. Food is scarce in most of the open ocean and the deep sea, except in some areas, or some rather small areas. So there's a combination of processes that produce and concentrate food, and that's where the biodiversity concentrates. And these processes could be like physical processes, like water flow interacting with the topography that concentrates food and provides food for corals in the deep sea, for example, or biogeochemical areas like the cold seeps and hydrothermal vents, where the water interacts with the geological processes, volcanic processes, and creates this unique environment based on chemosynthesis. And even biological processes, like a big dead whale that sinks down to the abyssal seafloor, and for a long time it provides food for a great part of biodiversity in this area. So the things that the more we learn about these different places and this very unique areas that can be very small, as I mentioned, we find more different fauna that are adapted to these very specific conditions. And I just will end by reminding me of a figure that is in this review by Eva Ramirez-Jodra, which is there, and many others, that show that as time went by, we could be like an exponential increase of new ecosystems and of course many more new species adapted to these ecosystems. And that curve is not stabilizing, it is going exponentially increasing. So the more we go out and study these areas, the more biodiversity, the more unknown ecosystem we find. And I'm sure that all the deep sea scientists know that we will not be surprised to find very new things in the ocean. So that's one important point.
No, thank you so much, Angel. Absolutely wonderful. So we've heard about the diversity, not just of life in the ocean, but the diversity of habitats. And it takes me to a quick anecdote where I think we do have an issue we need to address as a community. In this room, we know a lot about what Angel is talking about, but we shouldn't assume that in the wider world. I was at COP26 in Glasgow, the UNFCCC COP, Glasgow, Scotland, talking to somebody on the street, talking about marine carbon dioxide removal and sinking macroalgae to the seafloor, to the deep sea, because that's fine, nothing lives there. This is not the case. There is still a job of work to be done to be out and raising the awareness of all the issues that Angel is talking about. But the issue isn't one, mosaic of different habitats and mosaic of different organisms. It's a highly connected space in various interesting and complicated ways. And I'd like now to go to a slightly different form of life and a slightly different way by which we study the connectivity of the ocean, to introduce Ana Sequeira, Research Director, Founder, and Lead Coordinator of the Megamove project at the Australian National University. Now, Anna is online, and I hope we can bring Anna up onto the screen at this point. I see some thumbs up from the back, so all being well, Anna will appear. Let's give us a second. Anna, it's so good to see you. Hello, and thank you for being with us. I'm not even going to ask what time of day it is, but we really appreciate you being with us. Anna, please, I have a question for you, whether you could please tell us, from your experience working with Megamove, how large marine species move across the vast spaces in the ocean.
Hi, Mary, thanks for having me, and hi, everyone. Hope you can hear me. Yeah, so the large animals in the ocean, and we're talking about whales, sharks, seals, penguins, turtles, even polar bears, they tend to move a lot in the ocean. And so they are a particular case and present a particular challenge for conservation, and specifically when we're talking about protecting the ocean, because these animals move a lot. So the animals move from different countries. They don't move only within specific areas. So I'm showing a slide, hope you can see, that shows the Megamove dataset, where you can see different animals, from birds to whales to sharks and penguins, and in different colors. And this is a really powerful reminder that the oceans are alive, with these animals moving through even entire ocean basins. So what is really interesting about these animals is that they use the space differently. So they use areas of the ocean as migratory corridors. So they just set a particular direction and they move in a very directed way towards another location. That's their goal, their sort of arrival location. And then they use other areas of the ocean more in a residential type of way. So areas they use, for example, for feeding, for mating, for resting. So they tend to hang around a little bit longer. And so when we think about protection, this is why they become a very challenging species to protect, because they don't exist in one area and live there all their lives. They move around and they move thousands of kilometers in the ocean. And so it's important for us to understand where are those areas where they spend most time, areas they use as residencies somehow. But then it's also very important to protect those corridors because they connect different residential areas that these animals use for different types of important behaviors. And so that's what presents a big challenge, is figuring out where to protect and also when, because these animals keep moving through the ocean. So across all these species, of course, some of them, people are more aware of these long migrations. So for example, whales, a lot of people know that they do these very long migrations from, tropical regions to polar regions. But a lot of other species, including seabirds, and some of them, they are actually not that big in terms of size, physical size. They also cross entire ocean basins from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. And so, it presents a really important challenge. Also, areas where they feed in the ocean will have links with other species that live in the other ecosystems that are present in those particular locations, which might also be the reason why the animals move there. So in terms of what are the implications for how we think about marine protected areas, and particularly now within the BBNJ that is entered into force, and now we need to make the decision of protecting 30%. Really, the key question is, where will those 30% be? And when we think about biodiversity, these types of large animals, charismatic species like marine megafauna, really need to have a place in terms of protection, in terms of where the protected areas will be for this biodiversity to benefit from that type of conservation action. So the important thing linking these migratory species with areas, fixed areas that are protected, is to make sure that those areas are selected in important locations that are used for by these species for the important behaviors that they need to do. So generally speaking, that presents a big challenge. That's why I think it's important to have these conversations and to bring people to the table so that we can talk about the most important areas of the ocean that need to be protected across different biodiversity. We were just hearing Angel talking about deep sea. I'm talking more about pelagic animals. So pelagic animals are animals that use the water column and travel through the water column across from the surface to depths. And there's, of course, a lot of other important ecosystems and other species that are also important to take into consideration. So it's important that we bring all these perspectives together to then select where protection should be. I hope this answers your question.
Anna, thank you very much. That was absolutely wonderful. And I think that if you haven't in the audience and online seen the Mega Move project, do Google it and look at the background to some of the statistics and the approaches that Anna's team have pulled together. It's quite remarkable. So Alex, following from Anna's points, could you tell us a little more about connectivity in the deep sea, and particularly, what are the implications when we think about the BBNJ Treaty?
Yeah, connectivity in the ocean takes many forms, Murray. So we've got physical connectivity of the ocean in terms of currents and the thermohaline circulation, which is so important in maintaining conditions on Earth for life. We've got ecological connectivity, and we've just heard quite a lot about that in terms of the way that animals move across the ocean to use different resources. But we can also think about food web connectivity there, who eats who. We can also think about habitat provision, so which animals provide habitat, places to live for others. And then there's population connectivity, so the way that adult animals move and larvae disperse to connect different places in terms of the populations of marine species. So there are many different facets to this connectivity business. And just to really emphasize, this doesn't just operate horizontally in the ocean, it also operates vertically as well. The ocean obviously is a three-dimensional space. If we think about areas beyond national jurisdiction in 3 dimensions, that's 95% of the ocean. There are some really fantastic examples of this. So, for example, the largest migration in the world happens every day in the ocean when micronectonic species, so things like lanternfish and larger shrimp and squid, when the sun goes down, they move up to the surface to feed, and then at dawn, they move back down into the deep ocean. Through doing that, they actually draw carbon down into the deep ocean for sequestration. So connectivity is absolutely critical to consider in the ocean. It's critical in terms of environmental impact assessment. And as has just been said, when we think about networks of protected areas and other effective conservation measures in the ocean, connectivity is a crucial consideration.
Alex, thank you very, very much. And I realize I forgot to properly introduce Alex. I know on the screen there's an abstracted NOC. Alex is a research director at the National Oceanography Centre in the United Kingdom. I would now like to move the conversation along to an issue that kind of combines and integrates a lot of what we're talking about, and that's information and data. So it's a great pleasure to introduce Jessie Cleary, who is a geographer and marine data scientist at the Marine Geospatial Ecology Lab of Duke University. So Jessie, it's wonderful to have you with us. And I think we're actually going to build on a point that I actually scribbled down Janine's quote because I thought it was so wonderful. Janine said to us, "How well does knowledge travel from discovery to decision?" It's a kind of, call to action, I think. A wonderful way to phrase it, much better than my question here is going to be. But Jessie, from everything we've heard, it's clear we do have scientific understanding and knowledge in some regions, but how do we pull all this data together and look for trends? And I'd also love to know what you think in terms of how we can use remote sense and emerging artificial intelligence technologies to contribute to that understanding.
Yeah, thank you, Murray. And thanks to the organizers for the opportunity to be here. It's nice to step away from my computer screen and satellites and databases to engage in this topic. So yeah, I think I'm going to start my comments by talking a little bit about why we build these data systems. We obviously spend a lot of resources to observe the global ocean through lots of cruises in different locations. And we want to make sure that those data are widely usable after that core scientific work has happened. And so through the Census of Marine Life, we started the Ocean Biodiversity Information System, or OBIS. And the goal of OBIS was to build a data center, a system of systems to hold all of that global information and make that available for future uses. And I think a lot of foresight there in terms of having a data system that's ready for us to be thinking about for BBNJ implementation. So the OBIS data center currently, I think the last I checked, over 160 million records globally for 200,000 taxa. So it gives us a pretty wide view of information around the world. And I think the goal there for the founders of the OBIS network really was to give us this sort of macroscopic view, or build us a tool that allows us to see something that's really much larger than any one of these individual science cruises. And so I think we've kind of developed that, and I know under the leadership of IOC UNESCO that OBIS database has continued to grow and is going to be an important part of BBNJ implementation. And one last point I'll make about that, not only does it give us this large-scale view of global distribution of biodiversity, but it also helps us as we think about the network criteria, which are part of Annex 1 in the BBNJ Treaty, is we need to think about ABMT proposals, the biodiversity and important areas within those proposals, and how those are then related to potentially regions around those proposals, ocean basins of the globe. So I think a lot of foresight to build a system of systems to store this biodiversity information for BBNJ implementation.
Thank you so much, Jesse. And before I forget, do post questions on Slido in the room and online. It's an option to ask questions in person if you want to, if you're here with us in Rio, but also to bring everyone together and so we can vote on the questions that you want to see addressed by the panel. You can use Slido and you can vote on the questions that are coming in. So turning from Jesse, to Natalie, and Natalie is with us from Conservation International and is Director for the Marine and Coastal Program for CI here in Brazil. It's wonderful to have you with us, Natalie. And really turning, I think, to what arguably in terms of BBNJ and everything we're talking about is the most important aspect of our discussion. We've heard a lot here about the deep and open ocean, about connectivity, and the remarkable movement of animals across the planet. But what about people? Isn't the most important component of conservation planning about how we bring people into decision making?
Thank you, Murray. Hello, everyone. Good morning. And good morning to the remote people. Yes, people really matters in this process. And I want to speak on behalf of CI and how we support governments and people and local communities. For instance, designing and designating marine protected areas, also on high seas. We don't have BBNJ in place yet, but we can mirror the experiences of large marine protected areas offshore. We know that those extraordinary ecosystems are really hard to enforce, to manage, and to research. It's expensive, and it's far from the coast, and this brings much more complexity. And due to it, we needed to engage people because we needed to build a joint vision for implement BBNJ. We cannot see people apart of the conservation process and also the policy and science interface process, but people need to be part of it, mainly the community. And I want to picture this around our experience with Gomes y Salles and Nazca in Chile, where we supported the designation of a marine protected area. We are still in the process. And it was one of the first countries in the world that's clearly announcing that intends to designate a marine protected area in high seas. And in this process, the traditional knowledge, it was a fundamental part and core part of the consultation process in the design of the marine protected area. Marine protected areas in the high seas may have a cultural value for coastal communities. And in Chile, for instance, the Rapa Nui communities, they use a lot those areas of the high seas, and this is embedded on their history because the Polynesian voyagers use it to navigate from their areas to the Rapa Nui communities, following the stars, but also the dynamic that the seamounts created in those areas. So we had the cultural value, which is an important component, but we needed the scientific component. So we had like independent stakeholders that support like scientific crews, and through a coalition and alliances that we can see here in the screen, they were able to engage and to confirm all the information that the local community had shared about the local biodiversity and the importance of its area. But beyond that, we also needed to guarantee the intergenerational component of the treaty, because we need to safeguard biodiversity for the future. And this includes the IPOC, the indigenous and local communities that has to be consulted. But also we need to include the youth voices, because we need to safeguard the ocean and the high seas and the biodiversity for the future. And saying that, we can learn from other conventions and agreements, because we have regional fisheries body implementing their management agreements. We have the Biodiversity Convention, now we have BBNJ, but we need to simplify. Because if we make this so complex, no one will understand, and we need to engage the society. And engaging the society will include ocean literacy, will include like scientists translating data to the society, engaging all levels of the society and influencers, for instance, because we really need to support this. We need cooperation, not only bilateral cooperation, but multicultural cooperation. And this has to be embedded in the society. So people is the foundation, and the implementation of the BBNJ really relies on people's shoulder. We need to make BBNJ accessible for the society.
Thank you, Natalie. I think you've said that absolutely beautifully. So wonderful, wonderful intervention. What I'm going to do is ask the panel if they want to come up on anything that they've heard in the discussion, and then I'm going to go very quickly to a couple of Slido questions, hoping some have come in, and then we have another round of conversation that I'm hoping we can fit in the next 23 minutes. Anything that people would like to come back on, or shall I go to a question? I think a question. So can we bring the questions up, and we'll see what's coming in from the floor here in Rio and also online. Okay. Thanks, Hermione. So I'm looking at the most popular. I'm just simply going to go to that. All right, that makes my life really easy. Anonymous asks, considering the fisheries sector, is closing vast ocean areas the best way to protect highly migratory species that only pass through? Could I put that question first to Anna?
Yeah, so sorry, I had trouble hearing the question. I could not read on the screen. Do you mind repeating briefly?
I'll repeat it, absolutely. Considering the fishing sector, is closing vast ocean areas the best way to protect highly migratory species that only pass through?
Thank you. Yeah, so fisheries closures is obviously a very contentious subject, and so there's a lot involved with making a decision like that. I think the most important way to look at this is to consider the potential for particular areas that are of key importance to these species, and if it's an area where they are passing through at specific times of the year, then we can start talking about closures that are in time, not necessarily permanent closures. So if there's a particular season or a particular month when there's a specific behavior, whether that it's migration or breeding or whatever other important behavior for many species, then it's important to consider the ways that the tools to generate protection and conservation can be used. So one potential idea is to use temporal closures. So it can be a closure during a particular month, for example, and then fishing can continue as business as usual. So that's one way to suggest that. The other way is to think about mitigation strategies. So even though fishing can still continue, there's potentially a lot of mitigation strategies that can be implemented, whether there is through adjustment of fishing gear or through some thresholds that are implemented during the fishing operations as well. So there's a set of tools that can be used, and then it will depend on the specific location and the specific uses of that area in terms of fishing, what type of fishing occurs there.
Thank you, Anna. Anyone else on the panel like to come in on this question? Alex?
Yeah, I can do. I think Anna has really captured the major points here. We should really look at the key parts of the ocean in terms of protection and sustainable management of resources. So we might, in the case of, say, tuna, look at key feeding areas, key spawning areas, key areas of habitat for these migratory species.
Thank you very much. Now, that was great. Slider's working. I'm being the guinea pig in panel one to try this. Lisa, yes. A question from the floor. Then we have the diversity both of Slido. A microphone to the center, please. And after this, I'm going to go back to some more discussion, and then we'll take some more questions as we come up to coffee. Thanks, Lisa.
I tried putting this in Slido, but it was too many characters. So as scientists, we know that the lowest productivity areas in the ocean have the highest biodiversity. But we want to protect some really productive areas that also have lower biodiversity. So my question is, how do we reconcile the use of biodiversity metrics in deciding what parts of the ocean we're going to protect?
That's a great question. Who would like to pick this one up? You have a volunteer, Alex? And
yeah, maybe if I have first stab. I think that the absolutely biodiversity has to play a key role in you know, how we decide to conserve the ocean. One of the things we've got to bear in mind is lack of knowledge here, because obviously as you move further away from land and into deeper water, our knowledge base decreases. So, for example, in the Clarion-Clipperton fracture zone, recent work on the SmartX project, looking at the life living in this area, which might end up being subject to mining, it was found that something like, I think it's 94% of the species there are undescribed. And this is thousands and thousands of species. So we've got to kind of take into account here the kind of unknowns or known unknowns of the system. But equally, we've got to consider many other aspects of ocean function, so where the important areas are for primary production, where that production gets exported to, where the important places are for these large ocean predators, and also where the really important places are in terms of human activity as well. And all this has to be taken into account in really a systematic conservation planning process. And I think maybe you'll have something.
Yeah, it's such a good point. And I think what you mentioned, that you covered a lot of the points that I would make, that just biodiversity itself is one of the indicative criteria, but there are others that help us identify areas in need of management. You mentioned important life history areas, for example, which may be for individual species potentially, and not areas that are very biodiverse potentially. So yeah, those are good comments from Alex, and I would agree with those.
Thank you so much. So in essence, we need to figure out what's a kind of a safe operating space for humanity in these areas of the planet about which we know so little. And I think actually Lisa's put us onto a really interesting theme that picks up some of the discussion points we wanted to follow on. And I wondered if anyone, Alex or others, would like to reflect a bit more perhaps on how precautionary we need to be in the way that we plan our activities.
Well, the BBNJ agreement includes the precautionary principle as a general underlying principle, and really precaution helps us to balance this lack of knowledge with whatever measures we take. And in a way, the more knowledge we have about an area, the more precise we can be in terms of, if we're considering spatial conservation measures, for example, the more precise we can be in terms of where we would place protection. So precaution really works hand in hand with the level of knowledge we have of the ocean.
Would anyone else like to come in? Angel?
Yeah, just thinking about precaution, I think I agree completely with Alex. But I'm kind of worried sometimes about precaution, because if you have strong economical interests in areas, maybe precaution will not be enough in the coming time. So I hope that precaution is not a way to stop the scientific discovery or scientific studies, in a way that we need more information in an area that we are precautioniously preserving, to make that knowledge account for, describing better the area and justifying the existence of that protected area. Otherwise, I think it would become maybe fragile, facing like economic pressure.
Thank you. So it's a super point, and I think it comes back to that discussion we were having earlier, that the deep and open ocean remains the least explored part of planet Earth. So quite naturally, there is tremendous lack of knowledge. There are some areas where we have reasonable understandings of function and diversity, but what do the panel think about how we can deal with that lack of knowledge when it comes to implementing BBNJ? Are there some areas or approaches that one might think could be interesting to share and expand upon? Alex?
I think one of the keys here, Murray, is technology and technological innovation. With such a vast area of the ocean, we can't cover it all with research expeditions on ships. You know, when you're talking about vessels costing between $45,000 to $100,000 a day, that is a very expensive process. We really must kind of plan where to send those sort of all singing and all dancing research expeditions. But new developments in autonomous technology, things like eDNA approaches, using networks of instruments we've already deployed in the ocean can be very, very useful. And I heard a wonderful example at Ocean Sciences meeting of using ocean bottom seismometers, so instruments we use to measure seismic activity in the ocean, actually being used to detect the calls of whales. So we can then get information about how whales are using ocean space as well.
Thank you so much. Jesse, please.
Yeah, so great points there. And wanted to add another piece about areas that we don't currently have a lot of data. So I mentioned the OBIS database has, 160 million records around the world. They're very concentrated in space and time and don't cover ABNJ that well. So OBIS and other institutions are now producing predictive models of species distributions using oceanographic information and improvements in satellite remote sensing to predict the distribution of species around the world. And so that information, I think, is getting at a much higher resolution. I know OBIS has, and others, our colleagues in the Aquamaps project have just produced a paper about this modeling approach, getting predictions globally at a 5-kilometer resolution. And so I think these approaches give us a better sense potentially of where animals could be in the ocean with associated uncertainty around those. But one other element I would just mention around that is so once we have those predictions, how we use those is really a difficult challenge. We need to think a little bit about, as a community, how we deal with the uncertainty related to those. And one element of that also that I think will be germane this week is some of those predictions now include not just the current ocean as a baseline for predicting distributions, but ocean conditions into the future under several climate change scenarios. And so I think that gives us the ability to think about climate smart ABNT proposals, which I think will be a topic for us to talk about this week.
Thank you so much. So I've got one issue that I want to come back to. I think the time's okay. I've got 10 minutes, maybe 11 minutes, Hermione. But there's a question on Slido that I think we really should take to bring Anna from Australia back into the conversation. Anna, you may have seen it on Slido already. I think it's our most popular question in the votes. Again, from Anonymous. There's a lot of questions from Anonymous today. Considering ecological connectivity and the migratory... oh, sorry, no, we dealt with that question, which means I'm going to the next most popular question, which is actually a follow-on to that question. And Anna, you may have a view on this, but others also, I think, may well have a view on this. Considering the fishing sector, sorry, here it goes. Under BBNJ framework, how will our FMOs be recognized or incorporated into this agreement? So I know there'll be a lot of thoughts on that and the duties not to undermine existing agreements. Who would like to pick up that question on the panel? Alex, and then Natalie.
I think the key thing here is to make sure that all these so-called IFBs, so institutions, frameworks and bodies, are included in things like ABMT proposals from a very early stage. They have to be consulted right at the beginning, because what you don't want to happen is for those organisations to come in at the review stage of a proposal and raise objections. So the best way to do that is to really start off with a kind of almost open table approach, put on the table the proposals that are being put forward and discuss with the relevant IFBs those proposals. That may then need a process of negotiation, but ultimately you want to reach your conservation objectives, and you've got to do that in a way that everybody agrees with.
Thank you, Alex. And Natalie.
Yeah, I'm very well aligned with Alex. And beyond not undermining, we need to have a clear process for consultation among bodies, because these need to have a high level of transparency. And what I want to raise is that we needed to strengthen cooperation and not competition, because the RFMOs, the regional fisheries body, already have your advisory bodies or scientific bodies well consolidated. And BBNJ is creating this right now. And there is enough space for both bodies work together in the process since from the scratch. And this will develop stewardship and ownership in the process, and raise also financial sustainability, and they will raise transparency, and people will trust in the process. And to design climate smart marine protected areas, for instance, will rely on this collaborative science among both bodies.
Thank you very much. Don't worry. I think I managed to log myself out of Slido, but don't worry, it's come back again. It's so great being the first up, isn't it? Wow. So I've got a few minutes remaining. I still want to get to my last point. Rather than Slido, another question from the room. My eye actually went to the back first, so sorry. Can we get a microphone to this gentleman here? Just pop your hand up. Just here, pop your hand up. There we go, microphone's on its way.
Hi, thank you for the very interesting panel. I'm a computer scientist, so my question is on data, or more so the lack of data in this case. Vessel traffic and fishing fleets cover more of the deep ocean than any research ship ever could. Yet the observational capacity remains completely intact in this scenario. So I'm wondering what can be done to push these commercial avenues to create legitimate citizen science avenues for relevant BBNJ deep sea data.
Thank you so much for your question. I'd like to bring Anna straight back on so that we know. Anna, would you like to come in on that? It's always harder when you're online to get the first call to answer the question. I don't want to lose you.
Yes, my understanding of the question is that it was somehow how to bring citizen science and general tools to increase data in the deep ocean. Is this correct? Is this my understanding correct? Yeah. I think that it would be fantastic, and of course, the more we can leverage existing tools to get data and knowledge, the better, generally speaking. In terms specifically of the deep ocean, it's, Alex was mentioning before, a lot of these ships that are used to collect data in areas beyond national jurisdiction in the deep ocean are extraordinarily expensive. So getting a component of citizen science to collect this type of data would be extremely difficult. However, there's a lot of contributions that can be done using, for example, observation of videos collected during those voyages. And so there could be ways to leverage the citizen science type of, the community of citizen scientists that want to participate to then assist science happening behind the scenes. So understanding what the videos are saying and collecting that data. And there's also that's also another way to capitalize on AI as well for automation of identification and all of that. So there's a lot of tools that are now becoming, I think, more readily available that will assist us moving forward and collecting more data. Like Jesse was saying, types of predictive tools, modeling that can assist us understanding what happens when conditions are changing as well. So we have a bit of more a proactive understanding of what the changes might be rather than a reactive approach is also an important way to assist us moving forward and capturing the data that is currently missing in particular areas.
Thank you very, very much, Anna. So we're in the end game now. I know there'd be more comments that want to come in. So I'm going to ask you to follow up with a panel on this afterwards, if it's okay. Time is not on our side anymore. I would actually like to bring Natalie back in for the final part of this conversation, and then open to everybody, please. But to conclude, I think each of our panels is going to try to conclude with some concrete recommendations which could, we hope, be useful. So in the world, the real world, the world that we live in now, how will BBNJ achieve its objectives? The clearinghouse mechanism will have an integral role to play. Where do you see the key issues? Quick final thoughts from everyone on the panel. I will go first to Natalie, then along the panel, and then to Anna.
Yeah, the clearinghouse mechanism cannot really undermine the other bodies, so need to have a clearly consultation protocol to deliver like these trade-offs between bodies and share the benefits among all the stakeholders and the areas that may impact, like through actions delivering marine protected areas or other tools, ABMT, to suggest conservation based in areas.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm mostly intrigued by the interaction between the clearinghouse mechanism and existing data centers, and that back and forth I think will be really important as proposals are received and understood, and those proposals then are understood by existing data centers to think about representativity or other network criteria. As we're building a global network, we need to be thinking interactively between existing areas and new proposals. So that back and forth between existing data centers and the CHM, I think, will be really important.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the important point to make is that scientific knowledge is going to underpin every single part of the BBNJ agreement. That is a huge job, and I think it's a huge job for the number of marine scientists we have now. So capacity building and transfer of marine technology is actually going to be really essential for the equitable operation of the BBNJ agreement. So we need to bear that in mind.
Well, I think my point is, and you're going to say this is the scientist asking for money, but it's not, is that somehow the BBNJ keep a mechanism to keep the science happening at sea, in the ocean. Not only the data and the models that we need, and I agree they're quite important, but we actually need more robust data to be able to produce strong proposals.
Thank you, Angel. And last word to Anna from Australia.
Thank you. Yeah, from my perspective, it's important. I agree with everything that has been said, and it's important to also link with the data itself, like Angel was just mentioning. So interoperability of data is going to be key if you want to bring together data from different species, ecosystems, fisheries, and all of it together. So it's a really important concept that needs to underpin all the rest as well. And then, of course, having everyone on the table so that the different perspectives from the different stakeholders, like Natalie was mentioning, can be heard, and everyone will have a say. That will be very important.
Amazing. Thank you, Anna. So Hermione, I see I have 1 minute left, if I'm lucky, before Hermione jumps back on the stage. So I just want to thank everyone who's on the panel for an amazing job. Thank you. And I think I'll wrap it there. Everyone needs a coffee. Low-cost technologies also have a huge role to play. You know, the cameras in our phones, 4K cameras, can be deployed at 1,000-meter water depth very cheaply these days. These things can be rolled out and shared across the world, and we need to recognize all disciplines and make everyone move forward together. So with that, thank you again. I'll pass back to Hermione.
Oh, thank you so much, Murray, and to all your panelists for a masterclass in how to open the discussion for our meeting today. Thank you to Anna online. We made it through that first session. I mean, opening ceremony, that seems like ages ago, but thank you to all of you and everybody who contributed. Fantastic opening remarks, incredible keynotes, and then a brilliant panel one. We now have 30 minutes for coffee break. For those of us here in Rio, make your way out to that registration area. Coffee and refreshments will be served. Everybody online, grab yourself a coffee. We'll meet you back online at 11:30. Everybody, see you soon. Thank you very much. Welcome back from coffee, everybody. We're going to just wait for a few more of our audience to come back from coffee, and we'll begin panel 2 in 2 minutes. Beg your pardon? Yes, we've got, yeah, it's 2 online. Marcel and Luciano. Okay, well, the doors have closed. Welcome back, everybody. If I could invite the panelists in panel 2 to make their way down to the front, that would be great. No, that's okay. I think our problem is that the refreshments are too good. So people are still out there enjoying incredible refreshments. Thank you to those people. Okay, now while I've got you all here, I've just got a few announcements to make. I'll probably repeat them later on as well. But just a few things to say, just picking up on the invitation to see the exhibition, the temporary exhibition here at the Museum of Tomorrow. I can confirm that if you want to pop into that exhibition, you just go down to the attendimento area at the entrance of the museum on the right-hand side, show your symposium badge, and they will give you a ticket to that exhibition. So I know I'm going to try and fit that in at lunchtime myself. Second announcement regarding lunch. There is a rather nice looking restaurant here as part of the museum, and they have agreed a 10% reduction for us for BBNJ delegates, and that is a kind of bistro that serves para food. It looked good. Another announcement about the Wi-Fi. We do have dedicated Wi-Fi. It will be here very soon, and I will share the login for that after this panel. And finally, we have a panel, and then we have a very special section with a tribute to Christina Gerger. And after that, we're going to have like a family portrait. We're going to get all of the delegates here with us in Rio out into the main hall of the museum and take a group photo. So those are my announcements out the way. It gives me great pleasure now to introduce Andrei Poljak, a man who really doesn't need much introduction. Andrei will be chairing panel 2 about the science policy interface. Andrei.
Thank you very much. It's working. Thank you very much, Hermione. And thank you all for being here and the people joining us online from all over the world. It's been quite an amusement to organize this, and this panel in particular, because one of the things that we have heard from both co-chairs this morning is actually on how the science policy interface into the BBNJ implementation will be taking form. And by form, I mean not just the regime settlement, but also the processes in which science and knowledge systems will be able to inform decision-making and even the progression of the implementation phase of the BBNJ. So I'm very happy that we have combined today with us a great set of panelists with great expertise in each of their fields, including the Secretariat for the BBNJ, but also scientists and people who have been doing science policy interface in the ocean governance for many, many years, and people who are also very passionate about it, as I am. So let me start by introducing you our grand panelists for this morning. First, we're going to be hearing from Charlotte Salpan, who is a senior legal officer at the UN Division of Law of the Sea, Division of the Law of the Sea. That's it, right? For Ocean Affairs, yes, thank you. And Charlotte has been working on the BBNJ Secretariat for many years, since the negotiation has started, and she has a very good expertise to share with us. Charlotte will be followed by David Vousden, sorry about that, who is from the Sargasso Sea Commission and has a lot of good experience as well on the science policy interface, informing multilateral processes and intergovernmental processes. We're going to be joining by Marcel Jaspers online, who is a researcher, will provide us with the aspects of science into decision-making. And then we will be briefly followed by Maria Amalia Rodriguez Chavez, who has participated in the High Seas Alliance and today is in AIDA in Costa Rica and has followed on this issue of the BBNJ forever as well. Maria Amalia will be followed by Luciana Coelho, who is online with us, who just did her PhD on capacity building and transfer of marine technology on regimes, consent regimes in SIDS. And then we went the panel with words from Sonia Angélica Caicedo, who works at the Sargadom project in Mar Viva, NGO that looks at the thermal dome in Costa Rica, which goes from areas beyond national jurisdiction to national jurisdiction. So it's going to be a great set of panelists. So introducing you very briefly so we can actually have time to discuss content, I would like then to invite Charlotte to provide us a few views on your own. So Charlotte, you have been closely involved in supporting the BBNJ negotiations through the Secretariat, which gives you a unique perspective on the process. What changes did you observe over the course of the negotiations regarding the use and influence of scientific evidence? And moreover, how did the role of science evolve from early negotiations to the final adoption of the agreement? The floor is yours, Charlotte.
Thank you, Andre. And yes, I've certainly seen an evolution in the 20 plus years that have supported the process. And I have to, this probably shows my age, but I have to say that the entry into force actually coincided with my 20 years anniversary working at Doalos and supporting the BBNJ process. So that was a very special time for me. So science moved essentially from justification for an agreement to the very core of the agreement's architecture. And that evolution unfolded in three distinct phases. So in the early years of the process, scientific evidence primarily acted as a catalyst for an agreement. So delegations frequently referenced scientific findings to underscore accelerating biodiversity loss and the mounting pressures on marine ecosystems in areas beyond national jurisdiction. At that stage, science was largely invoked to answer a foundational question, which was essentially, do we need a new instrument to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction? Essentially, science provided legitimacy and a sense of urgency to act, but the discussions were really framed in political or legal terms, with science largely at that point positioned in the background. But as the negotiations progressed, science began to really shape not just the rationale for the agreement, for an agreement, but the substance of the treaty. So, for example, the development of the provisions on area-based management tools, including marine protected areas and on environmental impact assessments, increasingly drew on ecological concepts such as representativity, connectivity, and resilience, leading to the integration in the text of management tools and approaches such as adaptive management and ecosystem approach and the precautionary approach or principle. Similarly, the provisions on marine genetic resources, including the fair and equitable sharing of benefits, in particular those on the standardized batch identifier,
would not be what they are without the input of scientists and experts in the field. At that stage, at the same time, another dimension also became visible, which were disparities among states in scientific capacity. So for many developing states, meaningful participation, both in the negotiations themselves and in the implementation of the agreement, really depended on access to data, technology, and expertise. So science at that point was really no longer about evidence, but also about equity and an enabler for effective implementation of the agreement, which led to capacity building and the transfer of marine technology being no longer peripheral, but becoming one of the 4 foundational aspects of the agreement. By the final stages of the negotiations, science was no longer a reference point. It was really embedded in the text of the agreement, including with a view to future-proofing the agreement. And future-proofing the treaty was one of the leitmotifs of the negotiations. So the agreement explicitly anchors measures undertaken under it in the best available science and scientific information, and where appropriate traditional knowledge. In addition, the agreement institutionalizes scientific input and knowledge sharing by establishing a scientific body to support decision-making, a capacity building and transfer of marine technology to support developing the required capacity, and a clearinghouse mechanism for access to information and for information sharing. So this institutionalization really marks a significant shift, because rather than episodic reliance on external expertise, the agreement creates a continuous interface between science and policy, which hopefully will help implementation adapt and evolve as scientific knowledge advances. So in concluding, over the course of the negotiations, science really evolved from a persuasive backdrop to an operational pillar of the agreement. And it moved from justifying action to shaping the design and ultimately to underpinning implementation of the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Eu posso pedir para colocar o slide com o Slido, por favor? So we will be taking questions at the end of the interventions, and we have Slido on deck so people can scan the QR code and provide their questions. So thank you, Charlotte. That was really intriguing, especially for me, who am a passionate person about science diplomacy. That is the perfect example. So David, now, please, to you. I understand you want to take the floor. And David, David tem slide para apresentar, por favor. Not yet. Ok. Ele vai pedir pelo slide.
Yes, okay, yeah, thanks for accommodating me on that, as I'm going to be putting one slide up. I won't be able to see it from there, so I'm going to stand here. It also means I can use my cheat sheet here and crib notes. So as you get older, you can't function quite as fast as some of the younger scientists. That makes me very jealous. Oh, well, it's up now anyway. Never mind. So yes, I'm very proud to be associated with the Sargasso Sea Commission. We have the Executive Secretary here, David Freestone. But as in my career, so many times I wear a number of hats. So I'm also the project manager for the Global Environmental Facilities, strengthening the stewardship of the Sargasso Sea, which is implemented by UNDP and IOC UNESCO, which is a 5-year project, which is very, very closely associated with the Sargasso Sea Commission. The Commission has existed for some 12 years now, I believe it is, and it's almost coming up to an anniversary, which I'm sure David Freestone will mention when he's up here doing his panel session. It was established by the Hamilton Declaration signatories, which was 10 countries that agreed to collaborate in the conservation and stewardship of the Sargasso Sea. And as I say, you'll hear more from David about this in his panel presentation later. So some years ago, we managed to convince GF to fund this project on strengthening stewardship in the Sargasso Sea. And this project It's a long, detailed, complicated project, but I can break it down for you. It's following 3 steps or stages to achieve this process of strengthening stewardship. First of all, by capturing the best available science and identifying main threats and impacts to the ecosystem, as well as, very importantly, then identifying where are the gaps in the knowledge. And unsurprisingly, those are quite significant. And then based on that information, we move ahead to develop a strategic action program for more effective stewardship and conservation of the Sargasso Sea as a large oceanic marine ecosystem that recognizes, the strategic action program will recognize the value of the ecosystem itself and its goods and services that it provides globally, the cost and benefits of improving conservation and stewardship, and then arrive at a formal endorsed, signed agreement for stewardship of the Sargasso Sea, including identifying the partners who are going to work with us on that, on ongoing monitoring and research, and all the necessary support and partnerships for scientific studies. And then part of that process is to ensure broad interaction and engagement with various stakeholders, including the users, the beneficiaries, and the guardians. The users, for example, the shipping and fishing industry, the beneficiaries, all of you out there in the whole world that benefit from the carbon sink and the carbon pump that is the Sargasso Sea and the heat absorption of the Sargasso Sea, and the guardians, which is probably all of you in this room as well, people who want to see it preserved and conserved and properly managed and stewarded. So those of you who are familiar with the GEF approach to international waters and protection, particularly the transboundary diagnostic analysis and strategic action program approach, will recognize how this has evolved to address ABNJ. When this project was put together, it was before the actual text of the ABNJ agreement had even been agreed. But GEF approved this project on the basis that it was the first large marine ecosystem project out in the high seas and the ABNJ. And rather fortuitously, the two have become very parallel in their achievements. And you ask about the potential tensions between voluntary stewardship and the governance architecture in the actual agreement itself, Andre. I don't see such tensions, only compatibility and mutual support. The process that the Sargasso Sea Stewardship Project is following, which I described earlier, aligns almost exactly with the requirements of the BBNJ agreement as defined under Part 3, measures such as ABMTs, including marine protected areas. And that's the slide I put up there. You'll see that under Article 19, parties shall collaborate and consult as appropriate with relevant stakeholders. And we have a long-term stakeholder engagement strategy. We've actually, and you'll be hearing about that if you come to any of if you come to our side event, we actually hired a consultancy to do the stakeholder engagement for us, and that has proved to be extremely valuable because it kind of bridges the gap between the project and, for example, the industry, the private sector, etc. So they're seen as an honest broker. Then also under Article 19, proposals should be formulated on the basis of the best available science. And we took the transboundary diagnostic analysis approach and we refined it into a socio-ecosystem diagnostic analysis because we don't have transboundary politically. We are the Sargasso Sea. We don't have a coastline. We're out there. It's an ABNJ in totality. So this CEDA, as we call it, follows the same approach as the transboundary diagnostic analysis that GEF uses, and it captures the science in terms of the ecosystem and the environment, but also the socio-economic aspects like shipping, the fishing industry, the eels, which are worth a huge amount of money. And then once we've done all this, a draft management plan encompassing all the proposed measures and outline monitoring and research that needs to be done, what GEF calls a strategic action program, which will then be adopted by signatories, the Hamilton signatories, the 10 countries, and possibly more. You'll hear more about that later during the course of this week, that agree on the long-term actions that need to be taken to maintain the quality objectives of that ecosystem. We do need to bear in mind that the agreement clearly acknowledges that its decisions shouldn't undermine existing relevant legal instruments and frameworks and other relevant global, regional, sub-regional, sectoral bodies, and that the agreement will promote coherence and coordination with same. And we heard a bit of that earlier. People were talking about the, I can't remember exactly who it was, the RFMOs and how important it is to bring them in. And in this context, the Sargasso Sea Commission and the Stewardship Project is also already working very closely in many cases through formal memos of understanding with a number of the mandated bodies, including IMO, ICAT, the tuna fisheries, NAFO, the North Atlantic Fisheries Organization, the International Seabed Authority, and indeed one or two voluntary organizations like the Global Fishing Watch, all of whom share similar interests. So currently, we are about to start the negotiation process for the Strategic Action Programme, which we hope to have completed, signed and endorsed by the end of this year. Thank you.
I thank you, David. Very inspiring. And I'm also happy to announce that this institute to which I'm serving has also a great deal of the science policy interface, because we're mandated by the Brazilian government to leverage on the best available scientific knowledge and develop subsidies for best decisions, let's say so. So I understand this all to tell you that I understand fully the kind of challenges that we go through when combining what is the best available scientific knowledge. Thank you. So now let's move to Marcel. Marcel, are you online? Can you hear us?
Yep, I should be. Hi there.
Oh, that's great. So we're going to be hearing from Marcel Jaspers from the University of Aberdeen. Marcel, your work highlights both the innovation potential of marine genetic resources, but and also the governance challenges they raise in areas beyond national jurisdiction. What would you say are the key scientific realities of marine genetic resource research that must decision makers understand to design workable implementation measures under the BBNJ? And moreover, conversely, how might the emerging BBNJ regime influence the future of marine biotechnology research, and what should the scientific community prepare for? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I'm really sorry I can't be there in person today, but I hear it's a great conference, so I wish I could be there. I will take your question separately. I'll answer the first question first and then work on my way to the second one. So the first thing to realize as a policymaker, I think, is that the economic case for the using of marine genetic resources of areas beyond national jurisdiction is not clear. The reason for that is it's very expensive to collect materials in the open ocean. It takes tens of thousands of dollars per day to charter a research vessel, and that would be very expensive just for collecting MGRs for discovery of new products and processes. So the answer to most questions is, why don't we just collect nearer to shore or even on land, which is much easier to do, much easier to access as well. So then we can think about why it might be the case that we do want to go out to areas beyond national jurisdiction. And that might be because we're finding products that have better performance economically than current products on the market. And that might mean that there's an economic advantage to doing so. The alternative is that the material that we're looking for has an unprecedented performance. That might be, for instance, a drug with a new mechanism of action. And we do know that, for instance, MGR from within national jurisdiction have shown to have new mechanisms of action in treating cancer, for instance. So that is a possible reason for wanting to go out to the deep sea and the open ocean to collect materials for research purposes. And the other thing that is often touted now is that DSI, digital sequence information, is everything. And that's not the case. So there is still the need to collect physical material, physical MGR, as many people like myself who work in drugs from marine invertebrates, for instance, we extract chemicals directly from these without actually accessing the DSI in the first place. So we need to realize that physical access is critical to the work that we do. And that what we do then is, once we discover these chemicals that might become drug molecules of the future, we can synthesize them and their analogs in the laboratory. So again, it's a very different process from the one that people often imagine, in which DSI is used alone to devise new products and processes. There is the case, of course, that digital sequence information is important in certain markets, and I would say that's, for instance, the enzyme market. So if you look, for instance, at your laundry detergent or washing powder, as we would call it, you might find that it runs at 20 degrees or 30 degrees centigrade because the enzymes have been derived from cold adapted organisms. And those, of course, are very common in the upper ocean and in the Arctic and Antarctic as well. So you might, for instance, think then we're looking for enzymes that have come from bacteria from the upper ocean in a cold environment, and that we have the DSI from those that's been deposited in a database. And we might, for instance, then say, well, actually, we're going to develop a product out of that. Again, the difficulty with that is you might search a database and find a DSI from another source with fewer restrictions, that has better activity, that you might want to use. So again, it's very the case that you find a single DSI that's needed to be used for a single product. It does happen, but it's rare. Often, the final DSI in a product is hybrid, the hybrid of multiple sequences that are out there. So again, remember that it's not just a one-to-one correspondence. It's often that DSI is much more difficult to deal with. And we must remember, DSI is not everything. The original information that we need to derive function out of DSI takes a lot of work. So I can give an example from my own work in which it took 10 years to work out the function of 5 unknown genes from a marine organism. And that allowed us to do work that we do now, but without that additional bench work, we were not able to do that work. And people now learn from our experiences that is annotated in the DSI database, and we can use that information to search for new genes of similar function. So that's the reality. Many genes in the marine environment are still unknown. We don't know what they do, and they have no parallel in terrestrial organisms. Also, the tools to manipulate those genes may not exist. So again, often we don't actually know what they do, and we can't use them very well because we don't have the tools to manipulate them. In answer to your second question, I think the effect of the BBNJ regime on scientists needs to be sold very carefully to the scientific community to make sure that they don't find it an additional burden to their research. And I think the key then is to not create these administrative barriers. And I think at the moment, the system we have built is light touch, which is great. And it builds on existing good practices. So we already see that a lot of the references that we see in the treaty text and the papers that have been written now for the PrepCom see that there are existing databases, good practices that we should build upon. It also means that these good practices means that the data we should build together will be more consistent and more valuable. So again, one of the things we might want to think about is minimal data sets required for the BBNJ treaty. That would help us tremendously in developing better conservation methods and better uses of MGR in a sustainable way. And of course, it's already been mentioned today, but I think it's important that this emphasis on building capacity is critical. It gives an opportunity for many to take part in marine scientific research and have access to MGR and DSI on MGR. So I think that's important, that we make sure that we are all on a level playing field and everybody's able to use those new resources in the same way for benefit in their own economies and, say, for instance, the health of their own people. Finally, we need to make sure that the scientific community sees this all as a benefit and not a burden. So we need to sell it in a way that it shows that if we have better coordination of say research expeditions, better cooperation, have more people on ships working together, and more consistent data, this would be a major advantage of the MGR part of the BBNJ treaty. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Marcel, and I think you're absolutely right. We have to make sure that the scientific community is engaged and is also part of the construction of this new treaty, so it can come out of the paper and become something tangible for future generations even. Now let's pass along to my dear friend, Maria Amália. Ama, organizations such as AIDA, in which you're representing now, and the High Seas Alliance, which you're also representing, have been instrumental in bringing environmental justice and regional perspectives into ocean governance debates, particularly within the BBNJ. So what do you think, how can BBNJ implementation ensure that science-based decision-making meaningfully incorporates equity and environmental justice rather than treating them as secondary policy considerations? Thank you, Ama.
Thank you, Andre, and thanks to you and the organizers for the invitation to be part of this panel today. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I think that when talking about the BBNJ agreement, what it makes it unique is that we aim to ensure protection and sustainability to global commons, but which this global commons has also witnessed equity asymmetries. So I think that previous interventions had indicated that equity is present in the agreement's text. So we have the principle of common heritage of humankind. We have the preamble, which refers to future generations and how states needs to act as ocean stewards. Equity is also present in the ABMT's part 3 when we're talking about the objectives of ABMTs and MPAs in supporting food security and also the protection of cultural values, and in relation to environmental impact assessments when we're talking about economic, social, cultural, and human health impacts. So after this brief reference on equity, I would like to emphasize 2 examples where the future implementation of the agreement could ensure science-based decision-making, meaningfully incorporating equity and environmental justice. The first one would be consultation processes, identified as well as the co-chair Janine and also by Charlotte. And here I want just to step back a bit and recall what it means when we're talking about environmental justice, and it is understood as this just treatment and meaningful involvement of different people in environmental decision making. And it refers to fair sharing of environmental rights and duties and the recognition of special circumstances of different actors and states. So one of the many valuable gifts that the BBNJ Treaty brings along to the ocean governance architecture, but also to us as a global community, is how we have now effective tools for coordination, cooperation, and consultation. And that way, we are able to support this transformative dialogue across different views of equity and different types of knowledge. 2 consultation processes are established within the agreement. I will only refer to one of them, that it's regarding the process of establishing area-based management tools, and the consultation process that it comes along in part 3, where we have a variety of stakeholders that need to be consulted in this process. So we have institutions, frameworks, and bodies, or IFBs, as mentioned before in the previous panel. We have also indigenous peoples and local communities, civil society, the scientific community, and private sector. So within the consultation process, this meaningful engagement of stakeholders is a way towards ensuring equity and environmental justice, as these multiple views and different types of knowledge and information will be shared and taken into account in reviewing the BMTs or MPA proposals. Also, the agreement sets a list of elements that differs on the specific or the specificities of these stakeholders. For example, IFBs are called to provide information or of additional scientific data if there are management measures in place. So we have that interaction that I think it was one of the questions in the previous panel, so that we need to really enhance this coordination and consultation with existing regimes and BBNJ. And then the second example that I wanted to showcase as well in how this science-based decision-making can meaningfully incorporate equity and environmental justice relates to observers' participation and rules of procedure. Many observers or non-state actors have been part of the BBNJ discussions for many years, starting from High Seas Alliance, but also the scientific community, universities, private sector, and youth organizations. Through the years, these non-state actors have been working on different action lines, for example, providing scientific and legal expertise, increasing public awareness, sharing information, strengthening capacities, but it also reflects on this long way of involvement of these different sectors, that there are challenges present in some of the regions. For example, the availability of ocean science experts in specific fields of the BBNJ agreement, for example, including emerging activities in ABNJ, such as geoengineering, or identifying regional experts to communicate relatable science to region-specific audiences. Also, we have noticed challenges related to language, because there's a big amount of publications and papers, but are only available in English. So on this specific context, other regions might encounter some challenges and might be hindering the effective and comprehensive understanding of the BBNJ agreement as a whole, but also it could also translate in a lack of ownership in their region. So I think that we should be doing more as well in other languages. And in finalizing, I also wanted to emphasize that now, with the entry into force of the agreement, we have discussions under the preparatory committee sessions on rules of procedure. And a very important topic that I wanted to highlight is how enabling observers' participation through such rules of procedure can enhance accountability, brings in diverse perspectives and expertise from a broad range of stakeholders, and fosters trust in institutions. I think that in this context, the development of such rules of procedure that consider the role of non-state actors, including the scientific community, indigenous peoples, local communities, civil society, and private sector, in respect to strengthening transparency, adding expertise, and supporting technical information and resources, is crucial for the effective implementation of the agreement in the future. Thanks.
Indeed, I thank you. And I'm very happy that we have organized, me and Murray, this program in a way that we have a session for traditional, local, and indigenous knowledge, another session on the so-called IFBs, institutions, frameworks, and bodies, another one on the science and technical body, which is something that I'm really eager to learn more about on how we're going to be developing this. But equity was brought in this panel, particularly because it is one of the first international treaties that actually deals with the issue of environmental justice and equity in the text. So it is somehow a victory for diplomacy, multilateral processes. So now, Luciana, você está online, meu bem?
Tô sim, conseguem me escutar bem?
Lindamente, obrigado.
Muito obrigada.
Luciana, thank you very much for joining us. Luciana, I'll get along with a question for you. Your work focuses on amplifying diverse voices and capacities within governance processes that are often highly technical, and to foster the implementation of international law and conservation. From that perspective, and from your own personal view, what practical steps could strengthen transparency and participatory mechanisms within the emerging BBNJ institutional architecture? And where do you see the greatest opportunity to build cross-sector coalitions in the early phase of implementation? Luciana, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Obrigada, Andrei. Bom dia a todos. É uma grande alegria participar desse painel, ainda que de forma remota. É uma grande pena que eu não tenha podido estar presencialmente nesse evento, mas eu estou imensamente orgulhosa por esse evento estar ocorrendo no Brasil, servindo como uma plataforma vital para disseminar o conhecimento sobre esse acordo no nosso público nacional. E claramente, proporcionar possibilidades de diálogos entre a comunidade científica, os policymakers e também a comunidade jurídica. Now let's change to English.
Oh, good, thank you.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers for the invitation and congratulate them for convening such a distinguished panel and event. It is a privilege to join my fellow panelists today, and I thank our moderator and friend for facilitating this dialogue. The first question was about looking into the practical steps that could strengthen transparency and participatory mechanisms within the emerging BBNJ institutional architecture. Having served as the legal advisor for the Brazilian delegation during the concluding rounds of the negotiations, I had the privilege of witnessing the historic adoption of the BBNJ Treaty. It was a master class of science diplomacy, And the final text really reflects the rigorous input of a diverse coalition, including scientists, policymakers, academics, civil society, private sector, youth, and traditional knowledge holders. This collective effort resulted in a sophisticated and ambitious instrument. Crucially, it provides recognition for the special circumstances of small island developing states and the special needs of developing countries, while codifying capacity building and the transfer of marine technology with mandatory and standalone obligations. As we transition towards the implementation phase, I would like, the treaty has some lock-ins for their institutional architecture regarding gender and geographical balance and the intake of traditional knowledge, To operationalize this institutional architecture, I would like to propose 3 immediate priorities for the COP. The first one is to focus on the terms of reference for these subsidiary bodies. We must move beyond high-level language, so there is gender balance, geographical balance, the geographical distribution, to more concrete steps to implement or to enable more participation. The TOR for the subsidiary bodies must include specific rules on structure and composition to enable true equitable participation. Addressing practical barriers such as accessibility, language barriers, other infrastructure barriers such as breastfeeding, and all to actually promote gender inclusivity, and detailing how other epistemologies and traditional knowledge will be considered in the work. The TOR must also establish procedures for engagement with stakeholders, collaboration with the other subsidiary bodies, and with institutions with overlapping mandates. Regarding transparency, these TORs should be open to civil society scrutiny to ensure institutional design remains accountable. The allocation of funding resources should also be available to public scrutiny as possible. We also need to move away from box-ticking exercises in terms of participation. We must develop, or the COP must develop quantitative and qualitative metrics to measure the long-term impact of capacity building initiatives and the actual effectiveness of participation. To close the response to this question, the BBNJ Treaty is a landmark for the high seas, but its legacy will be defined by how we translate the text, the equity provisions into functional, transparent institutional standards. The second question was about finding the greatest opportunities to build cross-sector coalitions in early phase of implementation. I would like, in response to that, I would like to name 4 great opportunities for coalition building. The first one lies in the integrated function of the subsidiary bodies, in particular the Access and Benefit Sharing Committee, the Scientific and Technical Body, and the Capacity Building and the Transfer of Marine Technology Committee. These bodies working in tandem with the clearinghouse mechanism will galvanize a matchmaking between needs with global opportunities, such as integrating scientists from developing countries into international research expeditions. So promoting inclusion in marine scientific research, which is very dear to me and to my PhD research. Moving beyond personal connections and expanding other forms of participation. Second, the CBTMT committee should also develop a comprehensive mapping of existing initiatives, avoiding duplication and enabling cross-sector cooperation. Third, the financial mechanism can also provide opportunities for great cross-sector collaboration, allowing for complementarity between public and private funding and public-private partnerships. Fourth, Article 5 and the non-undermining clause in particular serves as a strategic bridge, leveraging synergies and coordination between the BBNJ framework and established competent international organizations, like the IFBs that have been mentioned already. So fostering multi-level capacity building. By fostering multi-level capacity building, we ensure that the BBNJ agreement does not operate in a vacuum, but rather strengthen the existing ocean governance ecosystem and coordinate it, of course. With that, I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Muito obrigado, Lu. I almost thought that you forgot the language, so thank you for that. Let's move along now to Sonia. Bienvenida, Sonia. Sonia, through the Sargadom project, your work highlights the ecological and governance connectivity between coastal states and adjacent areas beyond national jurisdiction. How should the BBNJ implementation better account for ecological linkages between areas beyond national jurisdiction and coastal ecosystems, particularly in regions such as the thermal dome?
Bom dia. Thank you, Andre, and all the organizers for having me here. It's a pleasure for me and an honor to address to you in this morning. Well, the thermal dome, for those who doesn't know much about it, it's a very unique and key site that it's present within and beyond national jurisdictions in front of the coastal of the Central American countries in the Eastern Tropical Pacific Ocean. So I would like to have more time today to explain the uniqueness of this area, but I do not have that time. So I'd invite you to join us to the satellite event that we will have tomorrow at 4:30 and to deepen about the challenges and lessons learned in this journey. But to answer to your question, I would like to say that I consider that hybrid networks of ABMTs, including MPAs, should be established in the implementation of the treaty, where these management tools really reflect the complete ecosystems that we want to protect, to ensure and to guarantee the protection and the continuity of the biological processes that take place in this area, and also the ecosystem services that those ecosystems supports. So this hybrid approach encompasses, and we call it like that because it encompasses the existing area-based management tools and MPAs, but also the ones that will be declared under the treaty. So this is why we foresee a variety of MPAs and ABMTs networks that are really effective and reflect the vastness and the complete processes that take place in the ecosystem in all oceans basin. So also another very important part for this is the institutional cooperation and coordination between all the IFBs and stakeholders at all levels, meaning global level, regional level, and local level. This is a key lesson learned that I would encourage all to take into account when implementing the treaty and when designing the MPAs and ABMTs that we want to establish in the high seas, and always bearing in mind that we have to protect the entire ecosystem. We cannot divide the ecosystem and the processes that take place in there because they are within or beyond national jurisdiction. And this is the way that we can achieve the conservation and sustainable use of the large marine ecosystem that are in all the oceans around the world. I consider as well that dynamic ocean management is a very useful concept that we should consider in the establishment of this network of MPAs and ABMTs to protect the marine ecosystem that are aligned, those management tools aligned with the life cycle of the species and the biological processes that are taking place in there. And just to add other ways that I could see that we could better account to secure those ecological linkages would be that the scientific and technical body could develop detailed scientific information for each ocean region or basin to assess the criteria of the ecological connectivity that is set in the Annex 1 of the treaty. So it would be very useful that this STB could think of the way that proponent states should demonstrate and prove how this criteria of ecological connectivity should be met, and to explain in each region with their characteristic and specifications in biological terms how this ecological connectivity should be protected, but also should be demonstrated in the proposals. Another idea that came up to my mind is to think of designing ABMTs and MPAs in the way and with the approach of not the area where these management tools will be established, but with a focus on the species and the ecosystems that we want to protect. And just to highlight the importance of protecting the whole ecosystem and the species that inhabits there, their biological processes that take place within their life cycles, and to secure the ecosystem services that take place in the area. So we cannot fail to protect them, the ecosystems, the species and the ecosystem services that take place. So I would like to see that from the STB. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Sonia. So thank you very much. I'm being now very conscious of time, Hermione. I know that we have 5 minutes, okay? So we can take at least 2 questions. I just wish to have a final round with my panelists here and take their expertise and ask them, what would you think would be one concrete recommendation essentially to strengthen the science policy interface in this early phase of the BBNJ implementation? And I would like to go back forth. So start again with Sonia, move to Maria Amália, then back online, and then here. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. Just very briefly, I would suggest states and governments to go through to shipping industry, because associations and companies, because we have to leverage their capacity, the technologies that they have, and they really proven willingness to collaborate and to protect the marine environment by using their technology and capacity that they already have. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Ama, please.
Thanks, Andre. I think that having a clearinghouse mechanism up and running, it's definitely a key aspect for developing states that wouldn't have access to such information on our own national capacities. But also in making that clearinghouse up and running, I think that we need to consider the limitations and disparities of some countries to access that information. So not trying to level the playing field for access and really using that information for decision-making process.
Perfect. And with a matchmaking exercise, that would be lovely. Luciana, please, online.
Thank you, Andre. Building up on Maria Amália's response, My recommendation is about a well-functioning batch identifier, which is connected to the clearinghouse mechanism. And I think this will need a lot of science policy interface. We should really learn from the experience of existing identifiers and to ensure technical compatibility with current scientific databases, and also ensure that the batch identifier and the notifications obligations will not impose undue administrative burden on researchers, as Marcel mentioned in his intervention.
Amen to that. Marcel, please.
And I can support that very, very well. And Maria-Melia's comment as well about the clearinghouse mechanism. What the scientific and technical body needs to do is to decide on a consistent format for data to be collected by research cruisers, so that we all collect data in the same way. And there's a minimal data set that makes everything consistent. This makes it more valuable and more useful for fundamental ocean research, and allowing us to develop conservation measures and to have sustainable use of MGRs to develop new products and processes. So again, minimal data standards would be great.
Ideal, thank you. May I jump now to David, please?
I was having a snooze because I thought Charlotte would be first. No. Thank you. Interesting. Getting back to Sargadom, Sonia, I think, you know, it's useful to mention here, in terms of science to policy, that, of course, the Sargasso Sea Commission is part of the Sargadom project, as well as the thermal dome. That's where the Sargadom comes from. So we're very fortunate we're getting funding from FEM as well as from GEF. But the reason I mention that is because you've got two distinctly different approaches to BBNJ. You have the thermal dome approach, which is looking at the thermal dome, but in relation to the adjacent countries, as part of a whole system of, for want of another term, I suppose, policy and governance. Whereas the Sargasso Sea project is, as I said, it's the sea with no coastline, is purely BBNJ out there. And that leads to different approaches. You're looking at science to policy. Whose policy? Right now, in your case, I think it's fair to say, I mean, it's very simplification on this, but you have the countries to turn to some extent to help support you on policy. Whereas with the Sargasso Sea, the science to policy is really very, very much focused on the stakeholders. There is nobody out there who's responsible. We have the mandated bodies like IMO, FAO, ISA, and I'm going to be maybe a little bit politically incorrect and say they don't always collaborate and interact with each other very closely, something we're trying to address under the Sargasso Sea project. But the one thing we've learned is we have to have the stakeholders involved, and those stakeholders include the shipping industry, the fishing industry, and they have to be in there right from day one, right? You will alienate them if you try and bring them in later after you've had all the discussions. And it's really a case of it's their policy that you're actually affecting, that you're actually implementing, if you like. It's IMO coming back and saying, okay, well, we'll talk to the shipping industry and see, because you have this IMMA for humpbacks that runs right through the Sargasso Sea. We'll talk to them about possibilities for reducing speed or even changing routing, etc. And we talk to the the fishing industry about the need for a more ecosystem approach and the problems with bycatch. Out there on the Sargasso Sea, the actual fishery is very minimal on the high seas. It's about 0.5% of the entire global high seas, but it's fishing top predators. And the bycatch underneath is what they feed on. And that we got no handle on that bycatch. So just to finalize, it's whose policy you're dealing with. We don't have a mandated government policy in the Sargasso Sea, but we do have the policies of the private sector to deal with and the policies of the mandated UN bodies, etc. I hope that's helpful. Thanks.
It is. Thank you, David. So now, Charlotte, please.
Thank you. So I think for a well-functioning science policy interface, you really want the right people in the various relevant subsidiary bodies. So I would really echo the suggestions, comments by the co-chairs earlier, that obviously you'll need the right skill set within those bodies, and that includes natural sciences, social sciences, traditional knowledge, expertise. But I would add one more, which is that you would really want someone, individuals that are attuned, even though they are they might be sitting in their personal capacity in those bodies. You want someone that's attuned to the needs of policymakers, and that is really able to communicate the science in a way that that is clear and responds to the needs of the COP. Yeah.
That is perfect. Dream job, non-reachable, but let's try that. So now we're going to be taking 2 questions, because I think that we have, okay, 2 questions. Hermione is very bossy. Do we have any question from the audience? I don't think that's the case, so let's turn to Slido. Ooh, okay. So the question is very tricky. Marcelo, we'll speak later. What are the limits of action and the strategies for reconciling ISA, International Seabed Authority's mining interests with those of preserving benthic ecosystems in the BBNJ? Who would like to take this question? Oh, David would, thank God.
I think because it is a very important, even though it's a scary question. You know, under UNCLOS, Law of the Sea, the ISA was created as a joint body that is there to oversee exploitation, but also there to oversee, you know, through the enterprise, but also there to oversee protection and stewardship. And that's put the ISA, I think, in a very difficult position that it wouldn't have necessarily wanted to be in if it had thought back over time. I'm pretty sure it finds that very uncomfortable position at the moment. But I think, again, it comes down to you know, not hiding behind walls, engaging with them as early as possible. And I know we already have, correct me if I'm wrong, David, we have an MOU with ISA, I believe, through the Sargasso Sea Commission. To keep them on board and on side and to interact with them. You know, you can't go through this process pointing fingers. We need to find a way around that. They're in a difficult position. I'm not sort of necessarily defending how they were created. I think it was it could have done with a bit more thought to put them in that position, but they're in a difficult position. Yeah, but thanks.
Thank you. To that question, I think I would refer to the provisions of the agreement on cooperation. And the agreement really was born out of a need to strengthen cooperation and collaboration for the purpose of ensuring the conservation and sustainable use of BBNJ. It does include extensive provisions, I would say, to operationalize the concept of not undermining, and that run through, you know, ABMTs, EIAs, etc. So I think that's where the reconciliation, if that's a word in English, will happen through the processes that are under the agreement for consultation and for involvement of relevant stakeholders, including various instruments, frameworks, and bodies.
Super agreed. Thank you, Charlotte. Any question from the audience? Okay, we have one here. No, there is a good volunteer who is an ECOP, by the way, and is seeking for good opportunities.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kevin Fleming. I'm here representing an organization, NLA International. I co-wrote the stakeholder engagement strategy for Sargasso Sea, and also had the pleasure of helping Sonia and Marviva with their engagement with the shipping industry as well. And a lot of that is about conversation and getting your point across in a timely manner. I would make an observation that the human race is getting less patient with each day. How does the scientific community balance the challenges of the precautionary approach with making sure that they get the information, knowledge, guidance, and so on to policymakers and the private sector in a timely fashion to remain relevant?
Thank you. That's a motive of a lot of my work. Alma, would you be willing to answer that? And I would ask Marcel online as well.
Thank you for that question. I think that, yeah, the scenarios are changing fast, as you mentioned, and being able to really adjust like your narrative with scientific information depending on the different audiences is key. And something that also caught my attention on what Charlotte was saying, we need these knowledge brokers. So we can have a lot of scientific information, but if we don't have the ability to really communicate it to the specific sectors, the engagement on decision making will probably doesn't go as far. So yeah, for my simple point of view, I think that it's how you can have all these information, trying to translate it into the specific needs of different sectors, and not only talking about for example, there are people that will only be there for the protection of species, but then if we start translating that importance on how, if we protect whales, that will sum into benefits for coastal communities engaged in ecotourism. So how we can translate that interconnectivity on how we do protection, but how it also brings economic benefits to the different sectors.
Thank you, Ama. And I must remind that we have something going on called the ocean literacy. It's all about that as well. Marcel, would you like to take a final word?
Yes, I mean, I'm not sure if can you hear me? Yes, you can. No, so it's a very good point that Marimelia makes about this. Learning to speak each other's languages is a really difficult thing to do, and it takes time and trust to do that. So we have to sit in the same room together. We have to listen to each other. We have to be willing to ask lots and lots of questions. And I learned over many years that some of the stuff that I was presenting, for instance, was far too complex in the way that I was presenting it. So I learned over time to moderate what I said, to make sure there was plenty of time for questions, and to learn to speak the language and understand the legal aspects of the questions that were being asked. So I think it's important that we do that, and that we do, again, respect each other enough to learn each other's languages and to be able to communicate effectively across that disciplinary divide that I often see. But it's getting less. I think a lot of the people I work with now are very well informed in terms of the scientific aspects of it. And from my perspective, I'm hoping that I've learned some legal concepts on the way, although I still struggle at times. So thank you.
I thank you. And by this, we must conclude, I'm afraid. Otherwise, Hermione will be really mad at us. Thank you, Hermione. Thank you for all the panelists, and thank you for both of you online.
Thank you so much, Andre. That was a great panel too. I hope you all agreed, and those of you online. Now, not you, Andre. And Maria Malia, can I ask you to stay as well? The other panelists, just make your way really carefully downstairs. I'm so worried someone's going to fall off. Really worried. Uh-oh, don't do it again. Okay, well, we now come to a special kind of interlude in the program. And can I invite Murray, and so Melissa Abim, if you would like to come up as well. Before we break for, and I do have a couple of housekeeping, but I will say that after this. After going outside to join in our family, which I think will be quite a poignant, we all come together, because these few minutes and verbal presentations, all the people on stage today, come together to take a moment to remember somebody and pay tribute to someone who I think that a lot who knew her, missing her today, and would really that she could have joined us this kind of meeting. I am, of course, talking about Christina Gerde. So I think to Andre to start.
Thank you very much. And this is a tribute to someone who was a perfect fit for the job that Charlotte was saying. So Christina was a big warrior. The loss of her last year was really painful to all who were there at the BBNJ. 20 years, finding her core, making side events, helping communities to connect. So Christina is one of those people, special from the heart, can be super and super knowledgeable to everybody. So this is the pay a tribute to her. So we invited here Murray, but also Melissa, because we knew her as you and as many online. I think that this is the time in pay our respect and thank her for everything that she's done over the years for Jay, and that now Iemanjá, because in Brazil we don't tune, but we have a sea goddess, that Iemanjá take care of her very well. So Murray, please.
Hey, thank you. I'm slightly speaking now. I first met Christina, I think about 20 years, slightly more. I was an ECOP myself, had just published rather on deep sea corals, which I was really proud of. And I went to a European project meeting, ecosystem research on the margin of seas, the acronyms, and Christina made it for me and just wanted to talk about paper. Fantastic and supportive throughout that I then had with Christina over my career. That was a privilege. And latterly, Christina was a valued member of a project-related advisory board, Atlantic, the project. We have several Atlantic conferences in the room. And towards right through, Christina's on that board. She was interacting, she was supporting, she was cajoling, encouraging, and connected. I think that theme of first panel around connectivity, she was connectivity personified. Such a nice person. I think that's also important to come, that if we treat each other nice, we respect one another, we can get through the challenges that we've negotiation, in interaction. So we miss tremendously.
Thanks, Andre. Christina relates optimism, enthusiasm, inclusivity, and generosity. So BBNJ moved from that to reality. For all of us who had the immense in her, many memories come to mind. She was always lifting others, passionate about the ocean. Her empathy and kindness were outstanding and very generous. Time, her knowledge and expertise, such grace and humility. It's almost read any BBNJ paper doesn't have a reference to the impact done by Christina. I'm sure we all learned from her interventions during the BBNJ discussion, in workshops or in meetings, and thinking where gets the energy to keep up such a BBNJ busy, the many publications, and be in a great mood to keep this ocean governance. It all came from her blue heart. The ocean community would be the same without her, her extraordinary role model. The years to come, let us remember and continue her legacy with hard work.
Thank you. And so my name is Melissa. I'm an ocean program officer with the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, and I wanted to thank the organizers for including IUCN in this tribute to Christina. I was also a student of Christina myself in her Law of the Sea class over one semester, so very glad to be here today. And so really on behalf of IUCN and especially the IUCN Ocean team, I'll share these few words. So as we all know, but worth highlighting, Christina was truly a transformative leader in ocean governance. For decades, she served as IUCN's High Seas advisor, shaping global efforts to protect the high seas with her intellect, integrity, and unwavering commitment to precautionary and science-based conservation. Her vision helped lay the foundation of the BBNJ agreement, and her generosity as a mentor, a bridge builder, touched countless of lives and inspired an entire generation to believe that meaningful change for the ocean was possible. And she was always uplifting junior colleagues, and with this in her spirit, she launched in 2025 the Ocean Stewardship Award, a testimony to her passion for supporting young ocean professionals. So it's with deep gratitude that we continue to honor Christina as her vision lives on in all of our work.
I thank you very much. And throughout these 3 days, we are going to be having a video prepared by a lot of friends highlighting even Christina saying a few words that will be played through coffee breaks, intervals, and this is the time in which we solidify her legacy. And it's up on us to make this happen. So as we move, Christina did her share for the negotiation process. Now it's done. The treaty is there into force. So now we should be small Christinas ourselves, connect everybody and make this happen for this collective good. So thank you very much. Hermione, back to you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for those incredible words. It's great to see the slides. I'm just taking in what's up there and Christina's contribution. But yeah, as you say, Andre, there is a special film that we'll be able to watch throughout the rest of the 3 days. Oh, and some fantastic photos up there as well. Wonderful. Well, let them keep going. And oh, there's so many. Wow. Okay. Well, what I will just say now is let's come together as a group of delegates here in Rio. Apologies to those joining us online. We will say goodbye to you for the time being. We will all reconvene back here at 2 o'clock online and in person for panel 3. But those of us here, if we could make our way out into the main hall of our venue, just out towards the main front doors, we're all going to gather in that main auditorium for a family portrait. After that, do go and get some lunch. Just a reminder that you get your discount in the museum restaurant, Casa do Saulo, and they've got some sort of quick prepared food there, and which should serve us all pretty well. Wi-Fi, we'll get that up and running during the break for sure. So all that remains for me to do is to say thank you to panel 2. Thank you to Andre. See you all out in the foyer. Thanks very much. So can I look at the first and then we can take. And you're sure they have those? That's the slide that, yeah, definitely. Let me say, hang on a minute. Welcome back, everybody. We just want to do a tiny little tech check before panel 3 begins. So give us 1 minute to do a little check. Fabio, could I ask that we see the first slide from our slide presentation, please? There we are. You want to try the slide clicker? I'm going to try the slide clicker. Where do I? You just use it here. And we're just going to check the clicker as well, if that's okay. Yeah, they activate.
I clicked it and it went to the last slide.
Could we just run that one more time, please? Thanks so much. Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had an opportunity for a bite to eat over lunch. I took advantage of the free ticket for the temporary exhibition. Well worth it. You just go to the customer service desk, wave your badge, they give you a free ticket, and it's brilliant. I come from a science center, ocean literacy museums background, and it's well worth getting in there for just 5 minutes. And it's a sort of magical interpretation of the environment that we all know so well, working in marine science, but to see the public interacting with the exhibition, thoroughly recommended. One more announcement before we get started. The dedicated Wi-Fi for the meeting is now up and running. It's brilliant. If you go to your available networks, it's called BBNJ. The password is lowercase BBNJ 2026. So we can all be online much more easily. So it gives me great pleasure now to introduce the third panel of the meeting. And I'm going to hand over now to Lisa Levin, who is Professor Emeritus at Scripps Institute of Oceanography at UC San Diego. And she will be chairing panel 3, which is about climate change, scientific and governance perspectives. Lisa.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Thanks everybody for rushing back from lunch. Most people are aware that climate change presents profound challenges for ensuring the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. But the BBNJ agreement also offers new opportunities to help address climate change, and I think many people don't realize that. In this panel, I'm first going to introduce very briefly how climate appears in the BBNJ text, and then introduce the panelists. Each will give a brief statement, and then I'm going to ask each a climate-relevant question. And after they answer that, I'm hoping we have time for audience to ask the panelists questions. Okay. I need this. So the BBNJ agreement highlights the interconnected nature of climate and biodiversity, probably more than any other international agreement that there is. We can find 7 mentions of climate in 6 places in the BBNJ text. The preamble acknowledges climate change and associated acidification and deoxygenation as drivers of biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation. Article 1 defines climate change as a cumulative impact, and thus climate becomes relevant in the 7 other places that cumulative impacts are mentioned. Article 7 identifies building resilience to climate change as a guiding principle, as well as the importance of maintaining biodiversity that underpins the carbon cycle services that control climate. In Article 17, there's building resilience to climate change is identified as a goal of area-based management tools, and vulnerability to climate change is listed as a criteria meriting protection by these management tools in Annex 1. Annex 2 offers knowledge and research on climate stressors, warming, acidification, and deoxygenation as a focus for capacity building and technology transfer. And notably, even where climate is not directly called out, it may be necessary to consider in promoting cooperation among other bodies and agreements and for scientific research to achieve the BBNJ goals. So at this point, I would like to introduce our panelists. Our first speaker is going to be Regina Rodriguez. She's an associate professor of physical oceanography and climate at the Federal University of Santa Catarina. And she's an IPCC author and a permanent member of the Brazilian Interministerial Committee for Climate Change and chair of the subsection on climate disasters. Regina. And we're going to hope her slides are in here correctly. That's what it looks like right now. Do you want to try a second push? Yeah, I'm going to give you this. And
so it's not kind of the original slides, but anyways, so I would like to thank the invitation anyways and be in this panel and go straight to the point because we don't have much time. I was asked to say what is at stake in terms of ocean climate impacts, and maybe we all know, but it's good to remind ourselves about biophysical impacts of climate change on the biodiversity, which is actually relevant for the BBNJ. Ocean warming has already caused mass coral bleaching. 50% of the reef is impacted at the moment. Polar species shift is altered monsoon and current patterns. Ocean acidification, as Lisa just mentioned, threatens shellfish, pteropters, and entire food webs, deoxygenation and dead zones expanding, and sea level rise threatening more than 1 billion people in low living coastal zones. The socio-economic cascade goes on, and 3 billion people rely on seafood as primary protein source. So declining of fishery production threatens food security, blue economy sectors, estimated more than billions of annual risk by 2050. And climate-driven displacement and conflict risk is high, ocean dependent too, in regions, particularly Pacific, Bay of Bengal, and West Africa. So let me just try to move on this, if I can. So what a BBNJ does not solve or not treat, no emission reductions. I'm talking about from the perspective of climate, and the IPCC does not govern greenhouse gas output. Deep sea mining, geoengineering, and ocean carbon capture storage remain on separate tracks through IA or IMO. So there is also a blind spot on the EEZ All the BBNJ applies only to, obviously, the beyond national jurisdiction, but there is a lack of a link there. And obviously is where the majority of productive fisheries, coastal ecosystem and blue carbon habitats sits within the 200 nautical miles. But mostly of my heart is the link between the UNFCCC and the BBNJ disconnect. The two treaties operate in parallel with no formal bridge, and that's what I would like to, discuss a little bit more. So also the high seas MPAs are not yet linked to the NDCs process or Article 6 carbon markets. And this maybe would be something to look at. And the financial gap, I didn't see much people talking about, but it's 1% of the global climate finance at the moment goes to ocean purpose. So I think we needed to find a mechanism, financial mechanism that would help both, not just the ocean in the context of the UNFCCC, but also in the BBNJ. So I'm gonna jump because I don't wanna take too much time. So let's see, my last then slide, which I think is this one. I think 5 immediately priorities, ratification of the BBNJ now by all parties, that is not yet. First MPA proposals at COP1, but with robust EIA standards, but particular bridge BBNJ and UNFCCC. And the scale ocean finance in this context, I think this is important, and we should then ask ourselves the question, do our governance frameworks, national, international, match the scale, speed, and cross-boundary nature of this climate impacts? And so I would then say that it should be adaptable because climate change will change. Also, all that was discussed in a panel 1, and the precautionary principle that we also discussed in the first panel. What can we learn from UNFCCC? Because we try as a scientist to put it this, and yet in this process of the UNFCCC, we're still going through the tipping points, and we haven't advanced too much in that respect. So what can we learn from that process and not make the same mistakes?
Thank you. We're going to just run through the speakers now. Our second panelist is Juliano Palacios Abrantes. He's a marine scientist at the University of British Columbia. And he is interested in how climate change is affecting the oceans and the management and conservation of marine fisheries that straddle international boundaries.
Thanks, Lisa. Olá, todo mundo. É prazer estar aqui de volta em casa. Eu vou dar meu statement em inglês. We all know climate change is affecting the oceans, and that is shifting marine biodiversity. Around the world, we know this because of empirical evidence. We know this because scientific studies. We know this because we've seen the composition of our catch change over time. So I want to focus my 2-3 minutes on specifically fisheries, and specifically fisheries that straddle that boundaries between exclusive economic zones, the EEZs, and the areas beyond national jurisdiction. So these stocks, we often think about them as big tunas, billfishes, but also non-fish resources or non-fish animals like whales, but also there are non-so highly migratory like flatfishes, toothfish, etc. When we think about these fisheries, we manage them through RFMOs, right? Regional Fisheries Management Organizations. And these RFMOs are often mandated to manage one single species or a few species that are actually in their areas. And they're not necessarily managing the whole set of species. These are complicated stocks to manage. They're across multiple jurisdictions. There's a lot of different stakeholders interested in them. Climate change is going to add yet another layer of complexity by shifting stocks across these jurisdictions. In a recent study, we found that many tropical stranding fish stocks, so the ones countries on the top, are actually going to move from exclusive economic zones towards the high seas, as the arrows point out. This is going to it could cause international conflicts, as we saw or we've seen in Europe because of mackerel. It can shift stocks to places where we don't have agreements or where they are not protected or managed. And it could also increase inequity, as only a limited number of wealthy nations have capacity to access high seas. This is particularly concerning in tropical waters, where fish stocks are important for livelihoods, food security, etc. So in my point of view, and just to wrap up, Lisa, it is essential that a holistic management of biodiversity, and we must forget that fish, it is part of biodiversity, is holistic, adaptive, and also includes climate change. If we do not, and I completely agree, if we do not see the UNFCCC, and Lisa's looking at me, BBNJ agreement and RFMOs integrated, the management of these type of stocks and biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction is going to be really, really challenging. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. No, I was only looking at you because I was agreeing with what you were saying. All right, our next panelist is Professor David Freestone, who's the Executive Secretary of the Sargasso Sea Commission. He recently co-edited a book titled The Agreement on Marine Biodiversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, Commentary and Analysis.
All right, thank you very much. Start with customary thanks to the organizers, particularly Murray and Andre. Thanks to the government of Brazil for their support. So delighted to be here. Yeah, and I should add that this book, which came out in November last year, was one of the last things published by Christina Jurdy, which authored a chapter with Maria Malia and colleague. So I'm going to, my colleague from the Sargasso Sea Commission, Dr. Vowsden's already given you a good rundown of the project, so you'll hear quite a lot about it. I'm not going to give you too much detail. We actually have a side event tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, so I hope you'll come along. But basically, this is where it is. 4 million, I have different kilometers and miles, right? So 4 million square kilometers around the islands of Bermuda in the subtropical zone in the gyre of the Northwest Atlantic. It's really important. This is a pictogram we took from a study we did was done for us in 2011. So some of these figures, the amounts are out of date. We just have an updated valuation, and this is relevant for the impacts of climate change very much. A new valuation which suggests a range of annual value of the Sargasso Sea without counting the climate implications, because they're so difficult to calculate, of between 2.5 billion and 12.5 billion. And if you've ever worked with economists, that's a pretty wide spread, but both those figures are very big, and particularly thinks it's more towards the upper end. We see the things that it does. Fish stocks, high value pelagic fish stocks as well, particularly swordfish on the west, the left of the picture, on the west of the Sargasso Sea. It's also an important migratory corridor for humpbacks, the longest migratory corridor that goes through from the Antilles up to the Arctic. It's the only spawning area for the European eel and the American eels, or the only known one. And this now has a secondary market of exports of glass eels, which is worth billions a year. Much of it's black market, but it's in the billions. So, and then you think of the carbon cycling, which takes place as a result of the sargassum weed itself, the algae which is in it. It's a pretty impressive. That's why we're interested in it, because it also has some visibility, has a lot of creatures with big eyes, but also a lot that are less charismatic individually, but their lifestyle, like the eel, is unbelievable. Their life cycle, perhaps I should say. So talking about this panel, we had a little discussion about how many references there were to climate change in the treaty itself, bearing in mind that it was raised an awful lot in the discussions. Those of you who were there would followed the negotiations. There was a lot of discussion of climate change. I said 5. Lisa says 7. We're both right. There are 5 in the text and 2 in the annexes. So, but they're all in the right places. But it's interesting that's only such a few. So that was, I thought, a very useful perspective. Thanks. So the one I love is this one. This is one of the principles. As a lawyer, it doesn't look much like a principle. I love it, though. It's an approach that builds, it starts as an approach that builds ecosystem resilience, including to the adverse effects of climate change and ocean acidification, and also maintains and restores ecosystem integrity, including the carbon cycling services that underpin the role of the ocean in the climate. So that's a pretty good one to have. If they've only got a few, that's an amazingly good one. And it's very relevant for our project because we would see ourselves as a potential ABMT under Part 3. And this project, which we've been running now for, it's actually been 12 years since the Commission was established tomorrow. We've done the socio-ecosystem diagnostic, which David just told you about. That's the baseline study. So that represents the basic best available science for a proposal. And then we're moving forward to the strategic action plan, which will look at all these things: adaptive management practices, support, resilience, etc. So there's 2 slides here. But so this is just the last one, and I'll finish. We're lucky that the islands are around Bermuda. This has been led by the government of Bermuda right since 2010. And Bermuda has the longest ocean series, so among the longest, slightly controversial, but over 70 years of continuous monitoring of the ocean since the 50s. And it monitors changes in cycles, stratification, mixing, and salinity, as well as temperature. And we've seen about a 1.2 degrees centigrade rise in the surface temperatures in the last 40 years. There's been also an 8% decline, about 8% in subsurface oxygen. And ocean, perhaps I go to the next one, the 25% drop in productivity since 2010. So that it's moving from a more resilient system into a nutrient limited system, which is with much more reduced resilience. But what is amazing, this isn't on that slide, wasn't on this slide, but the Sargasso Sea area is 7 times more effective at sequestering carbon than other equivalent areas in the ocean, the open ocean. And that has continued despite this drop in productivity. And scientists are scratching their heads. They think maybe bacteria, but it's amazing. But it shows that this is not easily predicted. So thank you very much.
Thank you, David. And so last but not least, we have as our panelist, Professor Marinés Scherer. She was Brazil's special envoy for the ocean at COP30. And she's a professor teaching integrated coastal management and spatial planning at the Federal University of Santa Catarina in Brazil.
Thank you, Lisa. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to be here in this panel. Thank you for the organizers and my colleagues on the panel. And I want to talk about, and it'll be brief, about sustainable ocean planning and management. And I thought about bringing you first the concept, and then I thought better, and that a picture, oh, not there, a picture is worth 1,000 words, okay? So here you have what is sustainable ocean planning and management, and everything that we do should fall within this framework. So you have a continuous, the first line from land, territorial seas, EEZ, and there are areas beyond national jurisdictions. And you can see that you have sustainable ocean planning as a comprehensive, holistic framework that encompasses all the policies, strategies, tools that we have to manage national waters, EEZ. So integrated coastal zone management, marine spatial planning, marine protected areas, climate plans, biodiversity plans. We can all put that within this framework, within this umbrella of sustainable ocean planning and management. But we still don't have that set for areas beyond national jurisdiction. But we need to understand what we have in the national waters and to have a continuous of protection, a continuous of sustainable planning and management. So we need the ecosystems, coastal ecosystems to the high seas, well managed. So here you have the two concepts that's out there. One is from the Sustainable Ocean Planning and Management Strategy adopted by IOC UNESCO last year. And the second one is from the Sustainable Ocean Plan handbook that was launched last year as well. So both are very similar. Both are talking about this comprehensive framework. Both are talking about sustainability, balanced use and protection. So that's the idea. And that's so strong that at COP30, we put together a plan to accelerate ocean-based solutions. And this plan is based in 103 solutions that were brought by international organizations, and they are all framed in this idea of sustainable ocean planning and management. So you call that the blue package. So the blue package is how we deliver this sustainable ocean planning and management with all these solutions. And then the last one is just to say that we do have already people think about that, and how do we, in terms of climate, how do we have climate smart ocean planning and management? So that's a publication from 2024, as far as I remember, and it has some like 10 things that we should have in our planning and management, and goes from ocean health, recognizing the dynamic of systems, the science, what is behind, how important are these ecosystems, how important it is to integrate the different stakeholders in decisions, and to have an adequate governance and legal framework. That's all for me now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're going to, I am going to ask the panelists a series of questions, and we're looking for some relatively brief answers here. Regina, I'm going to start with you. How will climate change affect biodiversity conservation in areas beyond national jurisdiction? Maybe use that. Go ahead. I'll leave it back.
Okay, so first again, I was going to show initially actually one example that what happened in the North Atlantic last year. From 2023 to 2024, we have a massive marine heat wave, and that lasted for 6 months or so. And the impact of that, we know that the ocean is a huge uptake, gets of heat, 90%, and 1/3 almost of the carbon, right? And just that event, it actually reduced by 10% the uptake of CO2 that year. So my question, what I want to raise is that, and the impacts on biology, there is already studies that show that there was a shift in blooms of a certain phytoplankton, which is the base of the food chain in the ocean. So one event, one extreme event in the ocean actually was able to make a lot of changes, and we don't know how far this goes. And I wonder how we're gonna do this planning with such a change, not just the long-term change, but we are seeing these extreme events coming up much quicker, and with impacts. Some in the North Pacific, there was a shift in communities that never actually went back. So how we will include this type of effects of the climate change in this planning. That's my point.
Thank you. One great example of the really strong linkage between biodiversity and climate. Okay, next question is for David. what role can EIAs, environmental impact assessments, and area-based management tool processes play in a changing ocean?
I have a colleague who says, I can answer any questions,
Briefly.
as long as they're easy ones. And I mean, okay, they're the best tools we have, right? If you think about others, we could have been thinking about them during the time of the negotiation. So environmental impact assessment, it's not the problem of the past. First, that many activities which took place in high seas on ocean areas anyway were not subject to this process. Most of the fishing organizations do include it. But what we need to have is, as long as we have a proper fit-for-purpose environmental impact assessment, which takes into account climate, the sort of issues that we saw in the panels this morning. And so to some extent, that's going to, these reports and this process is going to be overseen by the scientific and technical body. So we're really, I think the point that Andre was making earlier in the morning about the importance of making sure that the people that are appointed are able to respond to this challenge. Area-based management tools, again, it's a blunt instrument, right? It's only area-based, not marine spatial planning. It is a blunt instrument, but it is oriented towards climate specifically in the treaty. The other provision in the treaty I like particularly to see climate was in the issue of cumulative impacts. So when we're looking at EIAs, we need to envisage looking at the cumulative everything else plus climate, and that's often an unknown. But so it's planning with, you have to do your ABMT planning within those parameters, and that's tough. Sargasso Sea I showed you a picture of, but we have a little area within it which we regard as the core area, and we had a couple of years argument about where that line should be, and it's still controversial. Sonia was talking earlier this morning about the thermal dome. Well, the thermal dome moves each year, and each year's configuration is different. So if you ask about protected areas, 10 years ago, in different times, I was talking to the US Coast Guard about how they might be able to police a high seas area if they were a party to a treaty of that kind, very different times. And they said, oh, it's fine, as long as you have nice straight lines, no curves. So we're not talking straight lines here, we're talking about moving lines, seasonal variation. So that's a challenge. So can we do it? It can be done, but that's the role that it plays.
Okay, thank you. Marinus, you get the next question. How can governance frameworks address uncertainty in climate projections, and particularly how might this interface with the UNFCCC?
Well, apart from all the science that we are already listening here, that we have to know it's a changing environment, but it's a unified environment as well. So we have, in terms of governance, you have to treat the ocean as a one thing, and then it does requires that we work together. We have been listening the words multilateralism lately, for the good and for the bad, and but we do need that, and I think the ocean is the perfect space for that, for us to work together and use the word that we're using at COP30, so like a multidão. That's a Brazilian word that means everybody working for the same thing. And apart from the science that we need for doing this, I think what's a big challenge, well, I mean, understanding this environment that's changing, as you just said, the big challenge is to have a governance framework and a legal framework capable to change as well. And that's difficult. And that's a big challenge for the areas beyond national jurisdictions, as well as a plus, because we are dealing with countries, not internal domestic matter. But we can do that as long as we work together. And in terms of reflecting it at UNFCCC processes, first of all, ocean needs to be recognized as it is, the first or the main climate regulator, and I think that is growing. It's getting its space in this process, but still we need to work more on that, and we have to recognize not just is in this just is not just because very important, like coastal ecosystems, but the ocean as a whole, and the importance for mitigation and adaptation. So I hope to see that.
So everybody can put on their thinking caps about how to build in that flexibility for a changing ocean into our BBNJ agreement. I'm gonna, in the interest of time, David, sorry, I'm gonna go to Juliano now so we can get questions from our audience. Juliano, how do you see climate, the BBNJ agreement, and fisheries management by RFMOs, regional fisheries management organizations, interfacing?
Right. Well, if I had the answer to that question, I would be probably very famous. I think we need a whole workshop for that. It is the next big challenge, right? Or one of the next big challenges is how do we integrate these three very important frameworks to talk to each other? And truth is, at least in my opinion, is that no fishing management, ocean conservation, any type of marine organization governance that we do in the oceans needs to have climate change into its consideration. There's no point of that. And I think in an ideal world, the UNFCCC could set those goals, could set those steps to be followed. And again, in an ideal world, the BBNJ agreement could provide that at least conservation area-based binding instrument for then empowering RFMOs, fisheries management organizations, to align their management objectives, to align themselves with this overall global target. So that could be a very maybe simplistic way of starting that discussion, at least from a global perspective. But we also must not forget, even though we are in a areas beyond national jurisdiction workshop or symposium, that it's not, we should not also look at the high seas isolated. Ultimately, things are interconnected with the coast, with exclusive economic zones as well. And so not to make things more complicated, but we need to think that the connectivity is also across exclusive economic zones and the high seas. And ultimately, that management that we do in areas beyond national jurisdiction within these three frameworks also need to be aligned and talking to those conservation networks within national waters for that management.
Okay, thank you. So we're challenged with aligning climate, biodiversity, and fisheries, and aligning EEZs with A, B, and J. A lot of aligning we have to go ahead and do. Okay, I am going to now turn to try to get questions from the audience. Is there any here? We have some online. Yes, please. Oh, wait, sorry. The phone went back. It's fine. Go ahead and ask your question. Sorry, we'll come to you next.
Sorry. This is Anna Queiroz, Plymouth Marine Lab. Thank you to the respectable speakers. Can you hear me? To the respected speakers, a quick question about Lisa introduced the criteria for area selection in her address, and that focuses on vulnerability to climate change at the moment. How can we do that to actually also focus on the climate resilient areas, like your take on that, but also on the areas of the ocean that sequester carbon, so those seabed areas with high sequestration potential? Any comments on that? Thank you.
Okay. I will make a comment that we did try to get some of that into Annex 1 and didn't successfully, but panelists, do you have a response?
Fools rush in. So good question, and actually allows me to make the point that I was going to make earlier, which I was hoping to make, which out of turn, quite legitimately ruled out of turn.
Can you hold the microphone?
The issue of the issue of flexibility is really important, and I think that comes into answering that question as well. That's not the only issue of climate change which should be taken into account. So if you think of the work that the PrepCom's doing now, It's actually filling in all the gaps which were left in the negotiations of the actual BBNJ agreement itself. I was on a panel with Rena Lee, and I said, well, you kicked the can down the road on quite a large number of issues because you had to finish on time. And she was, if she's ever cross, she was as cross. She said, no, we I think I'm right, but she said, we left those open deliberately to allow flexibility in the comments of the parties to change its mind, to make, and that's the same with the criteria. The Annex 1 is subject to review by the scientific and technical body, and they can add to it as well as, you know, prioritize them. So it's not a full answer, but I'm happy to let anybody else try it.
Anybody else want to tackle that, or I could? Okay, that was actually the first question online as well. So I think, was that from you or no? Okay, somebody else asked that. But so we've sort of answered that, but let's go ahead to, you don't want to ask your question? Alex, go ahead. Oh, did you change your mind? You want to ask the question?
Someone changed my mind for
Please.
me. No, quick.
Introduce
quickly.
yourself also.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My name is Monica Milbert, and I've been working with all kinds of things and the IPCC's ROC report. And my question is, how can we get all these important things that have been said in different ways into people's ownership of the real problem, which I think it's the most underlining problem we have. We have the science, we have input, we have government will, but how can we get people to own the problem that we're talking about and start supporting us? Because without their support, there's not much more we can do. Thank you.
Okay, Regina.
Yeah, you're totally right. And I think we missed a lot of this in the climate kind of a discussion in the UNFCCC and all the IPCC and the climate thing. And we paid a huge price for that. So I think we needed to do workshops and involve everybody from the beginning, right? I mean, consultations and be public. And I think we have some comments already from the previous panels talking about this. It has to be consultative with people and participatory, and takes time to build this trust. And everybody has to sit from the beginning in this arrangement, I think. I mean, it's challenging. I don't know how to do it. I don't have the answer how, but obviously if we don't do that from the beginning, I don't think we're gonna get in the same errors that we did in the previous. That's why I'm insisting to try to not reinvent the wheel in certain aspect, and maybe use other treatments and try to learn from that and then do better, and maybe be an example then back to the other treats as how to go forward better.
Does anybody else want to respond?
Yeah, I think it's really hard. I mean, we cannot expect other people to, or like other people, not ocean people, to change their minds itself. But I think we need to put ourselves into the blind spot and the light spot, and that's hard. Like when we went to the UNFCCC COP, you're talking about the ocean to ocean people. You're not talking about the ocean to non-ocean people. So you need to put yourself in that uncomfortable spot to be the person who is like talking about the ocean to non-ocean people and try to transmit that. That is like, I think, one way that we can try to change minds, or at least get people to understand what does BBNJ stand for and what's the difference BBNJ, NBNJ, like all these things. I think not preaching to the choir is one step that I think, at least I've learned that it's needed, and it's not easy, at least.
Marinés, go ahead.
Just adding to my colleagues, I think that we didn't manage to do that even in national waters. So yet. So it's a big challenge, and there is no political decision without support of the society. So if you don't communicate, and the society is not with us, as you said, we will never have that done. And Regina just said that too. So engaging people, we will have a panel on stakeholders engagement later. So engaging people, talk with no ocean people, that's what we did at COP30, to know ocean people, because that was the only way. We here, we believe on that. So yeah, that's what we need.
Thank you. Okay, related to this, I'm going to take a question from online. How can we consider climate effects happening at national boundaries which will affect biodiversity in the high seas under the BBNJ framework? Anybody want to take that?
I mean, I can talk from the fisheries perspective, and I think, I mean, very practically, one thing that I can think about is the monitoring system, right? You often, for at least for fish stocks, we still think about fish stocks in our own jurisdiction. Right here outside these walls, Brazil, when it monitors its fisheries, will monitor them within their EZs. And then if you go south, Uruguay will do the same, Argentina will do the same. Although Uruguay and Argentina now, they have their shared area, and they do share monitoring. So we need to start thinking about these monitoring systems to be transboundary. They should not stop at the 200 nautical miles, because, I mean, they said in the morning, right? Fish, they will not respect political boundaries. They don't need visas like most of us to cross these areas. And so if we stop our monitoring here just because this is our 200 nautical miles and that's in our country, then that's not going to work. So can we establish these systems of trans-political monitoring, these surveys, so we can actually capture the whole habitat or characteristics of biodiversity or population or whatever you want to manage?
I think some of those transboundary effects might apply to marine geoengineering that happens within national boundaries and moves out as well. Anybody else want to take this, or I can go on to another question?
Just again, that's again stressing that the ocean is just one. There is no boundaries, and if you don't work all together, we'll fulfill the effects out everybody. So it's again the communication. It's understanding that. Then I still think that we work in boxes.
Thank you. All right. Another different question. What funding opportunities exist to support climate and ocean research that directly informs management and policy levers under the BBNJ agreement? Finance. What funding opportunities exist that will link up climate research to the BBNJ?
Okay, yeah, I mentioned that in my statement here, that finance is one problem that we needed to target. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And we see how that doesn't work well in actually UNFCCC. All the money that has been estimated, that all the money applied and actually to climate actually goes to even oil states and not going to actually sustainable projects. So this is a problem, even if you have the money, if it's not well managed, this money, right? And generally doesn't go straight to who needs and the projects that need it and are doing the thing. This is happening. And again, I'm saying that we should use these examples and see how we go around that. But having said that, we had some advances, and I think Martinez can say a little bit in COP in terms of financing, and then like the TFF, the Tropical Forest Forever Fund, include now mangroves, which are tropical forests. So this is we can get this money now. at least for this type, not to be not beyond jurisdiction, but is a start that, you know, there are some marine environment that now can assess this money. So we could think about something like that, extend this type of thought to get this finance, but also learn the mistakes that which type of mechanisms we can use that actually will provide the money for the research, which is part of the whole process. We needed that research to understand better, implement better the goals of the treaty.
Who, does anybody else want to tackle this?
Okay. Yeah. So that actually the financing, I agree with what you just said. I mean, UNFCCC funds are difficult. The Global Environment Facility, which we have a small grant from them, will of course become, once the COP is operational, then the COP will be giving directions to the GF as to how they will spend that money. And that fund is being replenished, and they're expecting something like 10 billion less than they would have had the last time because a major donor dropped out. So one of the very innovative parts of the agreement, which is not many people persist with, is actually the financing. So there's a fund which to finance attendance. There's also a very innovative provision relating to, at some point, collecting benefits from marine genetic resources, which would then be plowed back into developing countries, developing conservation projects. And then there's also this other provision, special funds, which can use private sector funding. And the financial architects are very excited about it. We haven't seen anything from it yet, but this is the first time that a multilateral organization has actually set up agreement, has that kind of flexibility. So there may be, I mean, these are difficult economic times generally, but there may be those opportunities which we, again, flexibility in the wording, also flexibility in the the conference of the parties in deciding how they're going to take advantage of that.
Thank you. Something to think about as we really go forward in defining the implementation of BBNJ. I know we're like, do I have 1 more minute? 2 minutes? Yes. Well, I'm just going to see if there's any last questions here. Way in the back, where I can't see. Way in the back there. It'll have to be very quick because we have a ship to shore connection at 3 o'clock.
Thank you so much. I was wondering, when we talk about the ocean and climate synergies, I think most of the times we leave the shipping sector aside. And right now, there's a lot of big conversations happening at the International Maritime Organization for the net zero framework to reduce shipping emissions. And yeah, I was wondering, beneath all of these weakness in multilateralism, especially in that forum where countries are not committed enough to take that IMO net zero framework and take it to a good port. So what kind of recommendations could you give us to, mitigate that lack of commitment and ambition from countries?
Anybody want to take the? Okay, very brief.
Yeah, no, I don't have all the answers. I'm just telling you that in that blue package that I showed, there are 5 ocean breakthroughs. There are 5 goals that we have, one of them in decarbonization of shipping. So in the blue package, there is a session just for that and how we do that, some solutions that comes from this international community to try to meet that goal. So it's worth having a look at that.
So connecting that to BBNJ is going to be one of our challenges.
Definitely it will be.
Okay, let's give our panelists a hand. So thank you.
Wow, Lisa, that was impressive, keeping to time. Thank you so much. I really hate to break off the great questions, great discussions. Thank you so much to everybody. If you want to make just your way carefully downstairs, that would be lovely. Thank you so much to our third panel. We now have a couple of quite exciting elements of the conference, things that you perhaps don't get every time. And I would now like to invite Alison Miller to the stage. Alison is Research Portfolio Manager with Schmidt Ocean Institute. And Alison will be facilitating a live ship to shore.
I think so. We're on. We're all set. That's why we're pulling up the ship. I see a few friendly in the audience, but I want to know a little bit about Schmidt Institute. We're a nonprofit operating foundation funded by Eric and Wendy Schmidt in the US, and we own and operate research vessel Falkor. We invite scientists to submit compelling, innovative scientific research proposals to our organization, and we select the best to conduct their research on the vessel free of charge. In exchange, they need to make their data openly available and available as soon after the expedition as possible. We are here this week, a member of the scientific research community, and to engage with all of you, follow the protocols of the treaty, provide scientific data to support implementation of the BBNJ. As luck would have it, vessel Falkor 2 was actually docked last week in Rio, and it left last Thursday, I think, to conduct oceanographic research in areas of national jurisdiction off of Brazil. So we're going to connect the ship. They're in the middle of conducting a research project in international waters. Very apropos. Do you have the ship and Dr. Church line?
Hi, this is Matt Church. I'm a professor at the University of Montana and currently the leader of the subsea expedition aboard the Falkor 2. And so we're very fortunate to be collaborating with the Schmidt Ocean Institute for our ship time as part of this expedition. And we're even more fortunate to have received funding from the Schmidt Sciences Foundation to conduct our research. And so I'll just tell you a little bit about the research expedition, which we call SubSea. SubSea stands for Subtropical Underwater Biogeochemistry and Subsurface Export Alliance. It's a Schmidt Sciences funded project, and we have a 35-day research cruise in international waters aboard the Falkor 2 ongoing right now. And so I'm out on the back deck of the Falkor 2, and there are scientists behind me that are actively profiling a microstructure turbulence profiler that I'll tell you a little bit about in just a second. But the major objectives of our project are to study and better understand the subtropical ocean gyres. And these are some of the largest continuous ecosystems on the planet. And as a result of their size, they tend to be chronically understudied. And so for our work, it's super important that we're out in the deep ocean, well off of land. And so we're currently operating some 300 or so miles off of Brazil. And our project is really interested in the connection between the surface ocean, so the portion of the ocean that satellites can observe, and in particular, satellites that look at ocean color, so we know something about the distribution and concentration of phytoplankton, and the portion of the water column which is still productive. It receives sunlight, but is invisible to satellites, so a little bit deeper in the ocean, something between about 100 and 200 meters. And so we're interested in the connection between that well-lit satellite observable layer and the poorly lit not satellite observable layer. And our hypothesis is that particle export from the upper layer supports nutrient demands of plankton growing in that lower layer. And so depending on the downward flux of particles and the recycling of those particles, we anticipate that that downward rain of material could have a big impact on the variability associated in productivity of those of the dimly lit waters. And so a big part of our project is trying to measure particle flux between those two different layers. We're looking at how nutrients cycle between the two layers and plankton productivity in those layers, and efforts to try and understand who some of the plankton are that are catalyzing elemental cycling among those layers. And so the operation occurring behind us on the back deck here is using a microstructure turbulence profiler to try and better understand nutrient input to the lower portion of the photic zone via physical processes, namely turbulence. And so we couple those measurements with high vertical resolution nutrient determinations to get a sense of the flux of nutrients to the lower portion of the upper ocean. And so I can take you on a quick tour of some of the other facilities aboard this vessel. It's an amazing vessel, and it's got this beautiful back deck where we do a lot of our work. And much of our work depends on collecting water samples at different depths. And so I'm going to show you the CTD rosette that we've been using pretty extensively on this cruise. And I should mention that the Falcor also has an ROV. It's an incredible tool. We haven't used it on this trip, but it's an amazing asset. So this is the CTD rosette, where we do a lot of our sampling. I suspect many of you have probably seen CTD rosettes before, but essentially it's a rosette that has 24 different bottles on it that are capable of holding or collecting 12 liters of water each, and we're able to then fire the bottles so they go in open when they go into the water, and then we're able to trigger the bottles at whatever depths we'd like so that they close, and we can collect a discrete water sample from any given depth and bring it back and sampling it. And so this has been a major tool for us on this expedition. We've already conducted, I think, almost 20 different CTD operations, and we still have almost 30 days to go in our expedition. So we're making good use of this rosette. The rosette also has a series of sensors associated with us that provide us with real-time information on things like temperature and conductivity, fluorescence as a tracer of phytoplankton distributions, as well as a number of other biogeochemically relevant properties like oxygen, dissolved oxygen, and things like that. So I should mention that one of the things that we've decided to focus on for this initial leg of this cruise, there's a large phytoplankton bloom that is occurring in the offshore waters outside of, it extends outside of the Brazilian EEZ. And so we spent some time to the waters to the south of the phytoplankton bloom, where we mapped concentrations of surface ocean nutrients and found them to be exceptionally low with respect to phosphate concentrations. And then we headed up into this phytoplankton bloom, and we're currently characterizing the types of organisms associated with that bloom and how those organisms influence the rain of particles into the lower portion of the photic zone that we're interested in. So I'll take you into the lab now and show you the lab. So there's a number of very well-equipped laboratories aboard the vessel. I'm standing currently in a space where we do a lot of filtering. As oceanographers, we spend a lot of time trying to concentrate plankton from the water, and so we filter them to do so. And so we spend a lot of time in this space filtering, and then I'll show you the main lab, which is currently heavily occupied. We've been conducting round-the-clock operations, and so many of the scientists actually are sleeping. We had a series of all-night casts, and so right now, there's not many folks in the lab, but you can see that the labs are busy. There's a lot of stuff in here, and so people work around the clock to oftentimes filtering water. We have a series of different stations set up where people are doing things, for example, like titrating concentrations of oxygen or measuring pH of the seawater, as well as measuring things like chlorophyll concentrations from the seawater. And so everybody has plenty of space to set up. I think we have a total of maybe 7 different science groups set up in this lab alone. And so lots of space on the ship to accommodate what we're doing. And so this is, I think, the main lab space. Yeah, okay, we'll go into one other lab, which and then one other lab that's a very busy lab as well. is called the Seawater Lab, and it has in it a whole series of underwater, near upper ocean sensors. We have it set up right now so that we're, Daniela over here in the corner is using a membrane inlet mass spectrometer to measure oxygen to argon concentrations in order to, as a metric of ocean productivity and respiration. We have an underway PCO2 equilibrator, so we're measuring the partial pressure of carbon dioxide in water. And then we have a whole series of optical instrumentation set up that are collecting and measuring optical properties of the water from the near shore or upper ocean of the water, somewhere around about 7 meters depth. And so a pretty amazing set of instrumentation in this lab that allows us to do continuous sampling as the ship is transiting.
Thanks, Matt. That was a wonderful, speedy tour. I loved it. We only have about 3 minutes left, and we have a captive audience here of about 150 people in an auditorium, and we've been talking all morning about how science can inform policy. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about why you chose the area that you chose to do your work. Why is collecting data and conducting research in areas beyond national jurisdiction important, not just to your research, but more generally?
One of the reasons that we have been working in international waters exclusively is because, the target focus of our study is the subtropical ocean gyres, and there's such massive ecosystems that largely exist outside of national jurisdiction. And so we felt it was important to conduct our research in representative waters that were that we thought were characteristic in this case of the subtropical South Atlantic. And so that was why we selected this region. I'm not sure if that really totally answered your question.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. Do we have time for one question from the audience? Does anyone want to ask Dr. Church a question about his project before we have to let him go back to his real work? I don't think we have any questions here, Matt. So thank you very much for taking time out of your busy research schedule to talk to us here at the symposium.
You're welcome. Thanks very much for having me.
Yeah, best of luck the rest of the expedition. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alison, and to Matt. Do you know, in all my time working in ocean literacy, I've never done a live ship to shore. So that's a big thing off my bucket list. And it doesn't matter whether we've got a room full of young people trying to get into the ocean or an audience like yourselves. I always think it's really exciting to go live to a ship out there in ABNJ. Okay, so now, before we break for coffee, we've got another slightly unusual short element to the program, a book launch. And the book that we're going to be talking for the next 15 minutes or so is this one. There's a copy at the registration desk if you want to actually flick through. It's called Ways of World Knowing, Local Knowledge, Co-expertise, and Equitable Governance. And it's been published, and we're very lucky to have, fingers crossed, 3 editors of this book online with us to tell us more about it. The book is sent a backdrop of the BBNJ agreement, which makes it so relevant to this meeting. It's the first of its kind, investigate a number of philosophical and legal issues, local knowledge with a focus on communities, using some very case studies from all around the world. So let us see, do our 3 online editors? I'm hoping to be in true. Yeah. Oh, hello.
Hello.
We can't get. We can see you now. Hi.
Hi, I'm Miley.
So, okay, the 3 people you can you hear me okay still? Yeah. Okay, I was just gonna tell everybody who you are. You will recognize Marcel Jaspers down there, as Marcel has already been contributing to panel 2. We're also delighted to be joined by Michaela Massimi, who is Professor of Philosophy of Science at the University of Edinburgh. Hi, Michaela. And also Abe E.L. Brown, who is Professor of Intellectual Property Law at the University of Aberdeen. So I just want to congratulate you all on the publication of the book, and I will hand over to you now for the next 10 minutes or so to discuss and present to our audience here and online. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hermione. Can you hear us okay? Can you hear me okay? I hope
Yes,
it's
we
fine.
can.
Yes, we can. Okay, amazing. Well, thank you so much for the very kind introduction, and many thanks also to Murray Roberts, Katie Brown, and all the organizers for allowing us to very briefly present our credited volume, Ways of World Knowing, that, as Hermione just announced, is now out with Oxford University Press. So we just want to give you a very brief introduction to the volume. It's really a volume that originates from a Royal Society of Edinburgh pilot project, a network award called Ocean and Us, that ran in 2023-25 and was preceded by another Royal Society of Edinburgh Salter workshop grant in 2022-23. And that's how really we started this collaboration. So as Hermione was explaining, I'm actually a philosopher of science here at the University of Edinburgh. And my colleagues don't need an introduction, you know very well, both Marcel Jasper and Abby Brown from University of Aberdeen. So this is an overview of the table of content of the book that includes 8 chapters written really by a cross-disciplinary range of scholars spanning across philosophy of science, law, and marine sciences. And really we try to catalyze attention on the central topics about how to better integrate ways of knowing of local coastal communities into equitable ocean governance, which is obviously an important topic for the BBNJ implementation. So we're very grateful to all the wonderful authors that contributed a chapter to this volume. I want to say special thanks to Leandra Gonçalves, that I believe must be there somewhere in the audience, and I think is speaking tomorrow, and contributed a volume with Vitor Renck and other colleagues from Brazil. So in what followed, just very briefly, we decided to just give a very short introduction to the overarching theme, which we explored in our chapter 2, which you can download for free as open access from the Oxford University Press website. Before we kind of plunge into the legal aspect of the role of local knowledge for the BBNJ implementation. So as a philosopher of science, I'm interested in general questions about the nature of knowledge, scientific knowledge, and local knowledge. What is so special about local knowledge and local ways of knowing, especially in the ocean context when it comes to local coastal communities. So one of the themes really of the book is that very often, historically, one of the reasons why probably local knowledge has often been not much discussed in the scientific context is because we don't really have necessarily very clear understanding about the epistemic role and nature and value of varieties of ways of knowing. And so we hope this volume takes some first preliminary steps in addressing those important questions. And so very broadly, our take is that really we mean different things by local knowledge depending on which coastal community, in which part of the world, in which geopolitical context we're looking at. So at a very broad level, when we talk about local knowledge, often what we mean are variety of situated knowledge. So knowledge that is typical of a particular coastal community, but it's really knowledge of a practice. So the example that we give in the chapter is from Scotland, where we're all based, looking at the Hebridean crofter communities of past century and their practice of kelp making, cutting and drying and burning seaweed for producing ashes rich in soda that were used in the glass manufacture, for example. Now, this form of local knowledge, which is what we call place-bound knowledge, obviously is entangled with cultural tradition in Gaelic crofting communities, but it's also the sort of knowledge of a practice that you find in other communities. You find it, for example, in Galicia, in Spain. So it's very different in nature from other ways of thinking about local knowledge, which is probably more familiar to those of you that work on the BBNJ and on indigenous science, what sometimes is called the place-based knowledge. So by place-based knowledge, often what's referred to is really knowledge that is culturally identifying for particular communities. So in the book, in the chapter, we give as an example the knowledge of women Jeju diver in South Korea that is recognized part of the UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage. So this is not just a knowledge of a particular practice, the practice of diving or kelp making, but it's a knowledge that is entangled with a worldview, where, for example, sea turtles are regarded as sacred animals in a Jeju cosmogony. So there's something really special and unique that is culturally identifying for that community and is very different from the example that we just gave about Hebridean crofting. And then at a further general level, what sometimes people mean by local knowledge is what we call the place index knowledge. It's just a knowledge of a spatio-temporally located entity here and now. So it could be this sea cucumber here and now in this piece of the ocean floor, for example. So there is nothing really particularly special about this further notion of local knowledge, as it can be, for example, used in a, marine biodiscovery example. And one of the themes of the book is that if we use the term local knowledge by trading on the ambiguity that the term contains, often we risk perpetuating types of injustices in how we treat local ways of knowing that sits outside scientific canons and narratives. And this is something that I had addressed in my book, where I talk about varieties of epistemic injustice called the severing and trademarking. And we think this is all important for the BBNJ implementation, as my colleague Abe Brown now is going to explain next. So over to you, Abe. Abe, can you see me? Or can you hear me?
Thank you so much, Michaela. Yeah, where is Abe?
Okay.
I'm not sure whether we have lost the connection.
Hang
on.
Here I am, apparently. I think we're having some
Great.
problem. Okay. Abe, I think you should go next. So I have your slides up. Sorry, I was
I'll
waiting
go
for you
back
to
now,
come
so if you
in,
could get
but
my
I
slides.
can't control the slides myself. There you
That
go.
would
On you.
be great. Fantastic. Thank you. So very, very excited to be here. As those of you in the room will know, delighted to see lots of familiar faces. There are some opportunities for exploring the questions of related knowledge, fairness, equity, which Michaela has been touching on. There are many, many references in the agreement to fair and equitable benefit sharing. There are some, those we know I'm enthusiastic about this, some but perhaps not enough references to intellectual property. Some would say too many. We have references to marine biodiversity practices, and it was just so exciting. Can I join everyone else in saying how wonderful it was to be on link with the vessel just now? We see references in the agreement to marine scientific practice, and that was touched on earlier today. And we also see reference to traditional knowledge, and I would join with others saying it's fantastic to see that being discussed tomorrow. But the agreement doesn't actually talk about local knowledge per se, certainly not in the context that Michaela was talking about. And it doesn't engage directly, for pretty understandable reasons, that intersection between freedom of the high seas, common heritage of humankind, still really out there. We've been working around it at that pragmatic level, which hopefully will continue to be extremely effective. We have one reference to patents, nothing in relation to other IP rights, which again, I think we need to continue to navigate around. And there's a question which I know will be picked up. Julie and other colleagues will be doing that later on. Links with WIPO, who are discussing right now how that's going to work and how we intersect with other agreements. But I think the agreement gives us such fantastic potential to incorporate this new approach to local knowledge into ocean governance. We can build a new non-exploitative braided approach, and Marcel is going to tell us a little bit more about exactly how we thought that through with a particular focus on the ocean. Marcel, can you,
Okay, hi there. I guess you can hear me now, can you, in the room? It's hard to know. Okay, so this fictional case study is based on a number of other examples where such things have happened. In this case, we imagine a coastal community that has traditional navigation and uses that to find a seamount on which they have been harvesting sea cucumbers for, let's say, centuries. And they've been using that to treat stiffness in joints, for instance. At the same time, the same sea cucumbers discovered in a bioprospecting expedition, which then leads to the discovery of compounds that have effect in animal against arthritis. That compound is patented, tested, and there is then this communication typically through publication. But at the same time, a researcher that investigates traditional knowledge is carrying out an ethnobotanical study. And it's this juxtaposition of these parallel roads to the same knowledge that then causes difficulty in terms of how this might be interpreted, how it might be used, and how the benefit sharing might occur. So again, we imagine this in the chapter, and I think it's a useful example of how complex such issues can get and the kind of consideration from both philosophical and intellectual property sides you need to consider when you're dealing with these situations. So again, I hope it's useful as a way to prompt thinking about how traditional knowledge is included in the treaty and how it should be thought about as well. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much to all of our editors. There's your final slide. Thank you very much. I think unfortunately we lost Michaela through a computer issue, but Abe and Marcel, just before we wrap up here, are there any final comments you would like to make? We've got Michaela back. So just an opportunity for final comments from the three of you, please.
I think the discussions tomorrow and on Thursday about the committees, the structures, membership, the culture of the negotiation and the implementation, building on the negotiation are so very, very important. So I'm really jealous and good luck in building the path forward. Thanks.
Okay.
Would you like to say some final words, please?
Sorry, I'm having some problem. I don't know whether you can hear me okay. Can you hear me okay? Because
Yes.
I can't hear you, so and I keep on dropping the audio, so apologies. I had to reboot several times for some reason, although we did the test yesterday and it was working. But I just want to thank you, really thank you once again for having us and for allowing us to briefly present our book, and we wish you a very productive meeting. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. And Marcel, would you like to finish off? I'm not sure whether you can hear me or not.
I can hear you fine. Yes, I mean, for me, read the book, enjoy the conference.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? We can do a whole thing perfectly in a ship in the middle of the South Atlantic, but 3 people in Scotland, bit tricky. Anyway, so we are nearly at another lovely coffee break, but before you go anywhere, we're now entering into the afternoon session with the first of our satellite events. Now, these have been a feature of the symposia throughout its life. Some of you are going to be very familiar with the satellite events, and they have been mentioned by our speakers. In our afternoon sessions today, Thursday, they offer an opportunity to engage in focused discussions on key themes related to the implementation of the BBNJ, and they are hosted by some of our partner organizations. So this afternoon, we have 2 running. Staying here in the main auditorium at 4 o'clock, we have a satellite event called BBNJ as Host, Scaling Up Marine Protection Areas Through Global Innovation. And that's being hosted by Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Brazil, Greenpeace, and Grupo Boticário Foundation. And that will be on the live feed from the main auditorium for those of you watching it online. Now, we also have events taking place in the
observatory. You will see the sign just past the registration desk. It's physically up to the observatory room. And that is an event entitled From Agreement to Action, Emerging Science to Law Pathways for Implementing the BBNJ Agreement. And that's being hosted by IPOS, the International Platform for Ocean Sustainability. So online delegates, please note that you can participate in either of those using the link that you were provided in advance if you registered to participate in one of those sessions. If you missed that for any reason, don't worry. The live feeds are available for both those events on the symposium website. Delegates here in Rio, please attend the event that you registered for in advance. If you didn't register, just bear in mind we have less capacity in the observatory room compared to in here, but I think you should be able to attend either that strikes your interest. Check your physical program, and we will see you at 4 o'clock in the first of the satellite events. For the time being, thank you to everybody who's taken part in this session. I'll meet you outside for coffee. Thanks very much.
tá? Yes. Good. Ela entrou aqui no camarimzinho e já está com o microfone dela. Tá? Que é a Hermione. Ela já está aqui dentro. Cuidado aí, pelo amor de Deus. Aí a gente fica para cá. Se vocês quiserem revezar, você e o Luan, acho que ele ficou mais em pé, depois vocês podem trocar, sentar um pouquinho. Estou falando que vocês não precisam ficar os dois em pé aqui. Vocês podem ir revezando, sentar um pouquinho para assistir.
And if people outside are having coffee, if you listen to me, please come in to finish your food. Okay, I invite Marina. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I know you had a long and busy day with really wonderful discussion. So thank you for being here with us for this panel. And also, I'd like to thank INPO for the organization of this event. And a special thanks to Andre. He's outside, but I've heard that he's losing his hair with this organizing this event. So we truly appreciate his efforts for this. And it's good he's not here now. So the previous panel gave us some discussions about the connection between climate and BBNJ. But now I'd like to go further in this discussion. Because this year alone, you have 4 milestones. We have 4 COPs only this year. We have Biodiversity COP, we have Climate COP, the first one, BBNJ COP, and the CMS COP, the Convention of Migratory Species. So, and we are few working on that. I mean, we have limited resources, financial resources, human resources, and you don't have time for that. So, we must connect, we must integrate those agendas so we can work in a better pace and really achieve these goals we have further. So, our main goal here is to discuss the marine protected areas as this tool to bring together, to leverage, to integrate these global agendas as well. And I'm particularly happy with that because I love to work with integration. I really believe that integration is in co-design and bringing together different specialties is the way that we can achieve big solutions. And that's what we've been doing in Boticário Group Foundation for 35 years, working with science and policy to work for solutions for nature conservation. And I have here, and online as well, some people that will bring these different perspectives of these different agendas. So, to cover all this session, we have 2 rounds. So the first round you have here, it's a setting the scene round, where you bring the perspective of these different agendas in this relationship to BBNJ. And the second round, you have more practical cases, bringing different perspectives of how to implement this, the marine protected areas within the BBNJ aspect. And then followed by a final wrap-up. So first of all, to start our deep dive, I would like to invite Marina Correa. Marina is a biologist and lead of the ocean agenda at WWF Brazil. And she works in the front lines of connecting marine conservation with the global biodiversity tasks. So Marina, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Let me start thanking the event organizers, so Boticário Group Foundation, Greenpeace Brazil, and the Brazilian Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Both for the invitation, but also for convening this such important discussion. The adoption of the High Seas Treaty represents a historic opportunity to better connect global agendas on biodiversity conservation, migratory species protection, and climate action. A few examples illustrate the importance of this integration more clearly than the conservation of large whales. Animals that, among other ecosystem services, also capture significant amounts of carbon from the atmosphere. Here in Brazil, the Abrolhos Bank is one of the most important breeding grounds for humpback whales in the South Atlantic. And for many people, those seasonal visits create a powerful emotional and cultural connection with the ocean. But the stories of the whales does not start or end here. They travel thousands of kilometers across the South Atlantic and through areas of the high seas toward feeding grounds in Antarctica. And this extraordinary journey highlights a key principle: ecological connectivity. Protecting migratory species requires safeguarding not only critical habitats like Abrolhos, but also migratory routes. And this vision has long been recognized under the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species, CMS, which promotes international cooperation to conserve species across their entire range, and is supported by the scientific work developed under CBD.
Could you please change it to the next slide? Or I'm not doing this right, but I think it's just push the button. Okay. No, the...
That's okay.
No
problem. So you can see it later. Because I was going to say that initiatives such the bluecorridors.org, developed by WWF and partners, help identify threats, migratory routes, and critical habitats across jurisdiction. And the image that I was going to show is this platform, which is amazing, that actually shows the routes and the connection among the coast, the high seas, and southern oceans. And until recently, however, there was a governance gap. So migratory routes in areas beyond national jurisdictions could not be effectively protected. Countries could only protect key habitats within national jurisdiction, contributing to the 30 by 30 target under GBF. And this is the gap that the High Seas Treaty helps to address. So if coordinated with CMS, CBD, and UNFCCC, it can help safeguard ecological connectivity. BBNJ can actually act as a delivery mechanism for global biodiversity target, while also strengthening protection for migratory species and enhancing resilience to climate change, a powerful catalyst for a more integrated approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. That's great. And it's really interesting to hear about CMS and how it also integrates. We always discuss a lot about CDB and biodiversity goals, but CMS is the corridor connecting everything in the sea, so that's amazing. And now I invite Leticia Cotrin, which is online. Hopefully she is going to appear here.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, Leticia, we can hear you. We can't see you yet, but we can hear you. Oh, yeah, that's great. Hello.
Okay.
So Leticia Cotrin, she is a renowned scientist and professor, widely recognized for her contributions for chemical oceanography and her active role in international UNFCCC forums. So she'll bring this connection about climate and BBNJ. Thanks, Leticia, for joining us.
Thank you for the invitation and good afternoon to everybody. The key message, you probably talked about that earlier today, is that we have to, it's great that we had the BBNJ BBNJ signed and is going to be enforced now. But what we have to remember is that the ocean has no borders. So there's no borders between the exclusive economic zones and the high seas and vice versa. And so the whole ocean, it's in contact with the atmosphere. Again, there are no borders. I mean, we just change phase. We change from water to gas when you go through the atmosphere. And it goes on both ends. So it's highly important to preserve and conserve the high seas. I mean, the ocean as a whole, but I mean, given the extension. But at the same time, we mustn't forget that the protection and the success and the full success of the High Seas Treaty is that we need to stop emitting fossil, and have to stop emitting greenhouse gases from mainly fossil fuel burning. So this we cannot forget. I mean, every molecule of, CO2 or CO2 equivalent that is emitted to the atmosphere is further warming the planet, and it's further warming the ocean. And there's no way we can say, here the high seas, this heat or this excess CO2 that leads to ocean acidification, you're not gonna be here. Yes, it's gonna be there. And so it has to go, climate action has to go hand in hand with the conservation. So this is super important that we keep in mind. Otherwise, we're going to have an ocean in, the high seas, but also the coastal, the shelf, the exclusive economic zones, the services, between brackets, they give us. So absorbing the excess heat that goes to the atmosphere, stays in the atmosphere from the fossil, from the greenhouse gases emissions, and also the excess CO2 that has already changed the ocean chemistry, especially on the top 200 meters of the ocean, but also on the deep ocean as well. We have to go. They have to go hand in hand. It's important to preserve, and it's important to have effective climate action to reduce emissions. So this is the message, and I guess this is the way all the ocean and climate community and also chemical oceanography community sees these links and the importance between the protecting the biodiversity of the high seas and the climate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Leticia. So sometimes you get lost between many goals and targets, but some messages are quite clear. So, and if you work with the ocean and climate, we must have some clear and ambitious goals, like stopping fossil fuels emissions, like in this way it's going through. And now I invite Melissa I've already practicing that. Melissa Abderrahim, yeah, from IUCN. So she's an ocean program officer at the IUCN Ocean Team, who focuses on the global frameworks and standards necessary for marine protection. Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and I would like to thank the organizers of this session for this timely discussion, and it's really a pleasure to be here to participate in this important topic. So to begin, and as all of you know, but I think it's worth re-emphasizing that the large and even universal participation to the BBNJ and its implementation is really key to achieve the 30 by 30 goal at a global level. And the historical entry into force of the BBNJ agreement is carrying a lot of hope to conserve key ocean biodiversity areas, notably for climate regulation, but also for benefits to the coastal zone and coastal communities within the EEZ. And the BBNJ agreement also raises the bar of what conservation and sustainable use measures should look like, notably on aspects of ecological representation, ecological connectivity, vulnerability to climate change, and so forth, as we heard earlier today. Nonetheless, the ambition of the BBNJ can only be met if all countries are able to participate meaningfully and equitably in its process. As mentioned a few times in plenary and in the panels this morning, this notion of equity is key. And with this in mind, I'd like to share a very concrete support mechanism that IUCN has in place currently, with support from the European Commission Directorate General for International Partnership, or DJ INPO. IUCN is currently implementing the first component of the Global Ocean Program, which has at its core a technical assistance facility that aims to enhance capacities of states as well as regional organizations with state members to engage in biodiversity conservation processes in areas beyond national jurisdiction. So of course, this includes BBNJ, but also other frameworks and conventions such as CMS, CITES, CBD, and so forth. So the facility has been operationalized since June of last year and will continue on for the next 5 years. And it provides support on a rolling basis, really tailored to the country's needs. And it's open to a wide spectrum of states, and I'm happy to share more about accessing this opportunity after the session, so please come find me if you have an interest. And as part of this program, so we have this technical assistance facility, but we're also supporting taxa-based mapping tools to fill in knowledge gaps in areas beyond national jurisdiction, feeding to what has been mentioned earlier. So this includes the important marine mammal areas, the important sharks and rays areas, the important bird areas, and the important marine turtle areas. Really recognizing that these are tools and they're essential in the they are essential inputs in the design as well as the implementation of the future area-based management tools, including MPAs under the BBNJ.
Thanks, Melissa. And that's great to hear this so being managed in this integrated way, all right? So it would be great for the states to implement. And now I'm going to a round of questions for our three speakers here. I will start with Leticia Catherine. And Leticia, do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you as well.
Well, soon you will see. Okay, that's good. So Leticia, how does the conservation of high seas biodiversity directly contribute to the stability of the global climate regulation? And why are marine protected areas essential to safeguard these interconnected processes? So it's a tough question, but I'm sure you're the person to answer that.
Well, you know, I teach a semester course on that. You can attend. I'll try and answer in 5 minutes, if possible. Coming back to what Marina just said, she was talking about the whales and all the migratory animals. So the ocean has this very delicate equilibrium, and it goes from the top, so like the big organisms, to the tiny ones, to the plankton, to the phytoplankton, and to the zooplankton, and vice versa. And the ocean needs to be equilibrated on that, because lots of the controls on greenhouse gases and other climate relevant chemical species, for instance, aerosols, they are controlled by these biological ecological relationships along the whole food chain in the ocean. So it's a very complicated clockwork, and then if you take a piece out, and if it's not in equilibrium, for instance, on the biological side, you're going to have consequences on what we call the biogeochemical cycles, which is they all intermediate by some biological process, thus some organism, be bacteria, be phytoplankton, be whales, big birds, tuna fish, whatsoever. So this is also, and it's also very important that the physical environment where all these organisms thrive. I mean, we hope they thrive, right? We need to have a healthy ocean. We need to have the circulation working. We need to have the availability of the different nutrients they need. We need to have the seasons, the regime of winds and waves, and everything has to be in equilibrium. So this is why we need to have a minimum predictable ocean functionment, so that we're going to have stay in this equilibrium. And it's valid for our, I mean, for the organisms, to biodiversity, but also for anything related to climate. And if you have any other questions, I'll be very happy to answer that.
Thanks, Leticia, for your answer. So we need to go from plankton to whales to guarantee these biogeochemical cycles, and that's why it's important to have protect areas as well. So going to Marina Macorreia, you're representing here WWF. So I'd like to know, from a civil society perspective, how can the BBNJ agreement be used to harmonize the 3030 target with the protection of migratory species? And what is the role of NGOs to ensure these frameworks work in synergy?
Thanks. So I think one of the key opportunities is actually if the High Seas Treaty builds on existing knowledge and cooperation across international frameworks. As I explained through the Blue Corridors example, the experience under CMS, CBD, and FCCC is extremely valuable, and we have to acknowledge that. And I think those processes, they have already generated science, cooperation mechanisms, and tools. And I think that now the UN Decade of Ocean Science, which the event's going to happen in Brazil next year, provides a really important moment to bring science together and support more coordinated implementation across conventions. In this context, I think the civil society do play a really key role, connecting science to policy, supporting governments, and pushing for ambition and implementation, especially for the delivery of real conservation outcomes for the ocean. The civil society also plays a critical role in promoting transparency and really pressuring for participative and inclusive decision-making processes, and of course, equitable governance.
Thanks, Mar. Thanks so much. So hopefully we'll be here in Rio again next year, maybe in this stage discussing this in this integration. And now, to finish this first round, Melissa, how can countries proactively prepare for the effective design and implementation of future area-based management tools, including MPAs, under the BBNJ agreement, while ensuring that capacity building efforts enable meaningful and equitable participation in decision-making processes?
Thank you for the question. So firstly, we all know, of course, that the subsidiary bodies under the agreement, including the STB, still need to be established, and that key decisions related to area-based management tools will ultimately be taken by the COP and at the COP. Nonetheless, countries can already begin to prepare for the effective design and implementation of these ABMTs. And supporting these first, and I want to say almost pioneer efforts, is incredibly important. And some are already on the way. This is why IUCN has joined a consortium of partners together with GIZ and GOBI in a new initiative called Living High Seas, funded by the IKI program of the German government. And through this initiative, the consortium will work with partner countries to develop area-based management tool proposals in key biodiversity areas within different ecologically or biologically significant marine areas, or EPSAs. So this will include, of course, building the strong scientific and knowledge case for the proposed sites, conducting the necessary consultation at the national but also at the global level, and ensuring that the lessons learned and best practices are shared across sites, across countries, and across ocean basins. And this initiative also aims to support this kind of policy uptake process, so feeding back into the BBNJ process as well as other frameworks and conventions. And really, through this initiative, we're putting a pin in the need for this policy uptake and the lessons learned to support this capacity building among states with each other, but also with other key actors to ensure effective participation in the design as well as the implementation of these ABMTs. And this also includes engaging with other instrument frameworks and relevant bodies, or IFBs. And as mentioned earlier today, it's important to do that in a proactive way in the design stage of ABMT proposals. So states engaging with IFBs, but also the other way around, not waiting for the proposal to reach the conference of the parties and undergo the required consultation, but really engaging at the early stage. And of course, all of this depends on building relationship, building trust, collaboration among various actors, and it all takes a lot of time. So it's important for long-term initiatives that allow for that space to be created, to exist and to be supported. And finally, I wanted to touch on a few tools and standards that we have available through the IUCN. So as you probably all know, IUCN is a union of members, so that includes the council and our various members, as well as our commissions. I'm sure that you know the ones that I'm going to list now, but just to name a few, we have the World Commission on Protected Areas, WCPA, the World Commission on Environmental Law, the Species Survival Commission, and the Commission on Ecosystem Management. And of course, as the third kind of body to IUCN, we have the Secretariat, so people like me implementing different initiatives and programs. So within the union and across commissions and Secretariat, we have numerous tools available to support the design and implementation of area-based management in ABNJ, and opportunities also to update them in the context of the BBNJ agreement. So just to name a few again, we have the red list of ecosystem, we have the taxa-based mapping tools that I just mentioned earlier. We also have legal explanatory guides for different agreements, with one for the BBNJ agreement that's coming out soon. And we also have the WCPA guidelines for marine protected areas, which through this new initiative that I mentioned, we also aim to contribute an update in the context of implementing area-based management in ABNJ. So to conclude, all these efforts, so whether capacity building, knowledge generation, policy support, and long-term collaboration, are essential steps to ensure that countries are not only ready to design ABMTs, but also are fully empowered to participate meaningfully and equitably in shaping the future of high seas governance.
So thank you, Marina, Melissa, and Leticia, for your inspiring speeches and for being strict to the time. So thank you again. Now leave the floor. And I invite Ana Paula Prates and Noel Young to join me here in the stage. So now in this round, the second round, we are going to move to the practice. And first of all, I also invite an online participant, invite Adriano Quintela. Adriano, can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear. Can you hear me too?
Yes, you can hear. Thank you for joining us, for accepting our invitation. And Adriano is a specialist in marine spatial planning and a leader at the Oceano Azul Foundation, with hands-on experience in the Azores Marine Park process. So, Adriano, the floor is yours to bring your...
Thank you very much. Thank you also, the organizers of this event, for this invitation, for such an important topic of discussion. Setting the scene, the first thing I would like to say is that when we talk about protection of the high seas, we often imagine distant waters, remote places that are seen disconnected from our daily lives. However, we know that this is not the truth. Actually, it's quite the opposite. The ice seas are the blue heart of our planet. They regulate our climate, they sustain our marine biodiversity, and they connect ocean ecosystems that ultimately will support coastal communities around the world. And I think it's really important for us to change that perception. In the Azores, we learned something that I think is very important for the discussion today, is that protecting the ocean at a large scale requires an alignment of science, strong science, political leadership, and social legitimacy. Through the Blue Azores Initiative, a partnership that is between the regional government of the Azores, Oceano Azul Foundation, and Waite Institute, we worked to design the science-based roadmap to protect one of the most biodiverse ocean regions in the North Atlantic. This was done with strict and highly protected areas designed to maximize the benefits of such protection. This process was built in three important key pillars. First, science as a foundation for decision making. So we use the best available scientific data, including seamounts, distribution, deep sea ecosystems, migratory routes, and ecological connectivity, to identify through a process of systematic conservation planning the priority areas for protection. Some of these areas strongly overlap with ecological or biological significant areas identified under the Convention on Biological Diversity. Secondly, and really important, is that we need to have inclusive governance and participation of all the users. We brought together scientists, fishers, policymakers, civil society in general, and international experts to co-design the solutions and co-responsibility of the decisions that go way far and beyond the designation of the areas. For example, by using tools that are designed specifically for this purpose, such as SeaSketch, for example. Ocean protection at scale can only be successful when the ecological objectives are aligned with social legitimacy. Third, and not less important, the Azores announced the protection of nearly 30% of its surrounding waters, including vast deep sea ecosystems and seamount chains, creating one of the largest networks of marine protected areas in the North Atlantic. Therefore, ambition that needs to match the scale of the ocean. But what makes the Azores case particularly important and relevant is that these ecosystems do not stop at political boundaries. Many of these ecological systems, they extend beyond national waters into areas beyond national jurisdiction. And I think this is where BBNJ agreement becomes transformational. For the first time, the international community has a global framework that is capable of establishing marine protected areas in the ICs. And also, in the ICs, they should be grounded in science, cooperation, and equitable governance. Experiences like in the Azores, they demonstrate that we already have the scientific tools, we already have the governance models, and the partnerships that are needed to identify priority areas to build political momentum. The next step is to connect those efforts into a coherent global network of ocean protection. Because protecting the ICs is not only about biodiversity, it's about safeguarding the planetary systems that regulate climate, sustain marine life, and support cultures and livelihoods for coastal communities worldwide. So BBNJ agreement gives us the opportunity to move from fragmented initiatives into global strategies for ocean protection. And the work that is happening in places such as in the Azores show that this transformation is not only possible, but it's already begun. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adriano. And it's really good to hear some successful case because, you know, the challenge is big, but seeing that it's possible and you've done that, so gives us faith to keep on our fight of bridging science and policy together with community involvement. So next, I invite Noel Young, advocate and researcher from Bermuda, who brings the vital perspective of connectivity and climate justice in the Sargasso Sea. Please, Noel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noel Young. My professional background is in aquaculture, mariculture, and fisheries. And today, much of my work sits at the intersection of environmental rights and human rights. I am an environmental justice delegate from Bermuda, as well as a consultant for the Greenpeace Sargasso Sea Sanctuary campaign. As many of you know, Bermuda is a small island community in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, surrounded by a remarkable ecosystem known as the Sargasso Sea. Many people around the world know of our waters because of the legend of the Bermuda Triangle, a place where ships and aircraft sometimes mysteriously disappear. For generations, those stories have captured imaginations far beyond our shores. But today, the disappearances we should be most concerned about are not legends at all. They are real possibilities. As many of you know, the Sargasso Sea is one of the most unique and well-studied ecosystems of the Atlantic, but unfortunately, it is also one of the least protected. Ocean currents gather vast rafts of sargassum that drifts across the sea, forming floating habitat that supports many forms of oceanic life at the most critical stages of their journey. Within this ecosystem live species that are rarely seen anywhere else, such as the pygmy sperm whales and humpbacks, moving quietly through the deeper waters around Bermuda. The ancient six-gilled sharks rising up from the depths in the evenings, and the remarkable European eel, whose mysterious life cycle begins in the Sargasso before traveling thousands of kilometers across the Atlantic to the freshwater rivers of Rome. But without meaningful protections, they too could disappear. And when key migratory species disappear, the consequences ripple far beyond the individual ecosystem itself. For communities like Bermuda, the ocean is woven deeply into our cultural heritage. Beneath the waters surrounding our island lay hundreds of historic shipwrecks. Silently, witnessing the centuries of navigation, exploration, and survival within the Atlantic. In this way, our economic stability is also connected to the ocean. These sites form an important part of our national story, but also our maritime tourism industry. If the ocean declines, these opportunities will disappear, affecting not only our economy, but the food security, well-being, and health of our entire small community. It is worth mentioning that Bermuda is actually a subnational island jurisdiction of the UK. We do not sit as a member state of the United Nations, and we do not have representation or voting power in the rooms where decisions about the high seas are made. Small island voices are often invited into global rooms to inspire, but not always to influence. Sometimes our role in conversations like this is simply to remind the world of what is at stake and to encourage all of us to find the courage to speak up for that which cannot speak for itself. Protecting 30% of the Atlantic by 2030 presents an opportunity for bold ocean leadership. A connected network of ocean sanctuaries across the Atlantic could realistically safeguard migratory pathways, protect deep sea ecosystems, and provide a model that could be replicated in other ocean basins where species move freely across borders. A connected network of sanctuaries could safeguard migratory pathways. We welcome the news that the governments of the United Kingdom and Bermuda have signaled their support for a protected area in the Sargasso Sea. This is an encouraging step forward, but it's vital that protections are strong and long-term, and that the governments work together to develop a highly ambitious proposal that restricts industrial activity in the Sargasso, while also recognizing the ecological connectivity across the wider Atlantic, as well as the globe itself. I believe that the real mystery of the Bermuda Triangle should not become the disappearance of the very life that makes the region so extraordinary. In closing, I'd like to say that Bermuda's greatest contribution to the global ocean may not be our size, it may not be funding or political power within this governance system. It may simply be clarity. Clarity about what true community stewardship looks like, clarity about responsibility beyond borders. The question is not whether Bermuda belongs in global conversations. The question is whether global systems are ready to truly listen to small island nations, those that will live with the outcomes of these decisions. And perhaps the most important question of all, if not us, then who? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Noel. I was ready to say it was a really inspiring speech, but not only inspiring, as I said, we not invited here just to inspire, but to give us really important messages and ways to follow. And I'm really eager to listen to Bermuda's and all the other small islands has to say, and to teachers as well. So now I invite Ana Paula Prates. Ana Paula is a fisheries engineer with a PhD in marine ecology and director of ocean and coastal management at the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. And I had to say that she has led the creation of many marine protected areas here in Brazil as well. So really good to have you here talking about that. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your hope message. I think it's very, very good for us in this moment. Good afternoon to everyone here and the online audience. It is a pleasure to be here to talk about one of the most important pillars of the BBNJ, which are area-based management tools, include marine protected areas. And for this, I want to thank you, our partners who co-host with us, Fundação Grupo Boticário and Greenpeace Brazil, and for my colleagues in this panel for convening this important discussion. And I'm very happy with the female and Adriano side event. I think it's... Well, what I want to say is, I don't know if the slide is here. Just first, no, you can stop in the, yes. First, it is important that we understand what we are talking about here. The goal is to conserve biodiversity beyond national jurisdictions for the simplest or complex reason that we desperately need to restore the health of the ocean for the sake of planetary balance. And of course, besides stop the emission, as Leticia said before. In this reason, MPAs are one of the best and most effective tools for this proposal, where it is possible to safeguard at least some portions of areas where they can be preserved and from any type, or at least from the several main impacts. With national jurisdiction, we have long experience and lesson learned in using this instrument with a considerable increase in the percentage of areas created, but it is still small considering all international water. Could you please show this second slide? In Brazil, for example, you can see that we already have 26.7% of our EEZ with MPAs, growing since 1979, when the first MPA was created, which is Atol das Rocas Biological Reserve, and more recently, last Friday, in fact, after 2 decades of discussion, the Albardão Marine National Park was created with more than 1 million hectares of ocean to be conserved. But how to go beyond that? The ocean has no border, as we know, and my colleagues said before. But those borders are imaginary lines that we have established only geopolitically. And the whole point is that we also need connectivity, but we need protection in these areas beyond jurisdiction. So how do we do that? What I wanted to show is that for BBNJ process, there are already some experience and indication of where to start. Please show yes. For example, in the CAMELAR, which is the Convention of Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resource in the scope of Antarctic Treaty, some marine protected areas have already been established. In the case of CAMELAR, those protected areas have time limits, usually 15 or 60 years, with the expectation that they will be reviewed. The most interesting thing is that, in this case, the area is managed by the proposing countries, but we shared responsibility among the other member countries of the treaty. This will likely be the case under BBNJ. And you can see it in the next slide. And within the scope of CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity, another example I would like to show is about EBSA's process. What is EBSA's? EBSA's are the ecological and biological significant marine areas, which are, in fact, a major global effort to describe priority areas for marine biodiversity conservation. These issues has been discussed for many, many years within the CBD, with several twists and turns since 2006 until the last COP15 held in Cali in 2024, where a resolution was finally approved on how these areas already described in regional workshops that held between 2010 and 2014 could be updated. The aim of these areas to serve as input for the work of BBNJ, which now beginning of 2 decades of discussion. In addition, we can recall here the words of Marina Correa about the CMS, which provides technical and scientific support for BBNJ too, by identifying important areas of various marine species and migratory routes. Member countries or parties will be able to look at these as lessons learned and take advances of all the knowledge gained over the years. Because the most important thing I think is to do is we don't have more time. We don't to waste in trying. And I said at the beginning to restore the health of the ocean to help it recover, to regulate the climate, for example, as its great whole. Thank you.
Thanks, Ana Paula, and thanks for bringing more names and silos for us to know EBSA's and CAMAR and BBNJ. You have a lot to talk about today. And now I invite again Adriana for our last round of question. So the unique man, he came from the male quota. How do you say that in English? So Adriano, can you hear us?
No,
yeah, to me, okay. So, Adriano, the studies process is a global reference, as you told us and explained us about this process, but I'd like to know what were the most significant technical and diplomatic blueprints from the Azores case that allowed you to move toward the firmer protection of such a vast international area protection?
Thank you very much for the question. But before I answer the question, I would just want to say that having such a powerful woman on the side of ocean conservation makes me much more rested and at ease. And of course, I need to name Ana Paula and Marinê Scherer being the ocean leaders in Brazil. I think it's really important. In terms of the blueprints from the Azores experiences, I would like to highlight three major key blueprints. So first, the science-driven spatial planning. So we invested very significantly in mapping deep sea ecosystems, seamounts, biodiversity hotspots, and ecological connectivity. And this allowed us to identify the priority areas of conservation, and based on the ecosystem function through a systematic conservation planning process. So the same type of scientific foundation that is on the same type of scientific foundation that the BBNJ processes will need to require, including the quantifiable conservation objectives. They need to be quantifiable, and they need to include areas of climate refugia and connectivity. That is really important. We cannot continue to have only science paper-driven, but move into a model of decision-making policy science. So secondly, the co-creation with stakeholders. Large-scale ocean protection can only work when those who depend on the ocean are part of the solution. In the Azores, fishers, scientists, non-government organizations, policymakers, and local communities were involved from the beginning. This is a process that can build trust, legitimacy, and long-term support. Only by providing the sense of ownership of these areas by the stakeholders, it's possible. Third, the political leadership supported by the international partnerships. The regional government showed strong ambition, while collaboration with international scientific networks, philanthropic partners, and civil society strengthened the process and helped align local priorities with global conservation goals. Together, these three elements created a model where science, participation, and policy reinforce each other. This approach also helped to mobilize over 20 million euros just for the implementation of the Marine Protected Areas Network. This is really important. We believe that this model can help inform how countries and regions can contribute to the implementation of marine protected areas under the BBNJ agreement. And what we achieve in the Azores proves that science, cooperation, and leadership can deliver ocean protection at scale. BBNJ, with BBNJ, we now have the opportunity to bring that model into the ICs. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. And as you are talking about co-design processes and involved all the stakeholders since the beginning, all these different stakeholders, I thought about a really Brazilian expression. Actually, it's a Brazilian attitude, which is tudo junto e misturado, which literally means all together and mixed. So I think that could be some the way of doing this and for achieving goals in BBNJ and bringing all tudo junto e misturado to implement the marine protected areas. So going to Noel. So Noel, having been involved in the protection efforts of the Sargasso Sea, How can we translate the high seas reality to communities who feel disconnected from the open ocean? And why is their support vital for the success of these protection areas? So you brought the deep connection you have, Bermuda people have to the ocean, and Brazilian people also have a deep connection, but it's difficult to show and to connect to the high seas or the importance of the ocean. Sometimes it's not that clear for most of people. So how can you do that?
You know, that's a really important question because the high seas can often feel distant from most people's everyday lives. One of the things that I've learned through the Sargasso Sea work is that connection often begins with storytelling and visual representations. Through my work with Greenpeace, at a certain point, we realized something really important, that policy briefs were circulating, that scientific reports were being cited, and yet many people abroad still did not feel what was at stake for Bermuda. So instead of doing more aquatic DNA research and writing yet another paper, Greenpeace and I made a film in collaboration with the community of Bermuda entitled From the Sea We Came. From the Sea We Came was not intended to explain the ocean. It was intended to recenter who gets to speak for it. The film brought forward local voices, the voices of children, community members, cultural leaders, and general island perspectives, not as symbols, but as experts in their own lived experience. And we also created short animated films that were focused on a commercial fisheries species that was very important, not only to our community, but to a variety of communities, and that would be tropical lobster. Many people love to consume lobster. And I found that art does something that policy often cannot. It tends to build emotional literacy, and it allows people to care for things before they fully understand. And I think that matters when we're asking the world to protect something that they may never actually see. What surprised me was actually how the film itself traveled, that people recognized themselves in it, even if they had never been to Bermuda. And I believe that that's cultural diplomacy at work. Public support it's vital because protected areas on the high seas ultimately will rely on collective will. When communities understand their personal connection to the other ecosystems around them, they can become powerful advocates for their protection.
Yeah, I really believe that communication engagement is the key for the success of not only BBNJ, but the main global agendas as well. We have some people here that work with that, and it's really good to have here in the event not only scientists, but also communicators, journalists, and people that work with that. So, tudo junto e misturado again. So finally going to Ana Paula. And so from a governance perspective, how can the technical identification of EBSAs and the use of BBNJ's integrated management tools help Brazil strengthen the institutional capacity to meet international environmental targets in a scientifically robust and collaborative manner? Why did I put so many big words in this question? But it's for you now.
Well, I believe that the same challenge that we face in creating MPA within our own countries, our own waters, are reflecting BBNJ. It is true when we look at all the years and challenges that have been posed to get to this point with the approval and launch, thanks of God, of the treaty right now. Many countries are reluctant to create these areas because they reflect the economic interests at stake. That is why I believe that the lessons learned from the EPSAS process can greatly help to leverage the start or the beginning of the BBNJ's work. And I want to recognize here and thank my youngest friends that are here and start with us the process of EPSAS as Jess, Angel, Zeca, Marinês, and others. We are in this road long time, isn't it? On the other hand, where I believe can also accelerate this relentlessly BBNJ process is the fact that UNFC, the CCC, is beginning to incorporate the fact that the ocean can be the decisive ally in combat climate change. And when we said that, Leticia already talked about it, we are talking about the entire complex web of life that makes up marine biodiversity, from the most microscopic organisms such as plankton to whales, from the surface to abyssal zones, from mangroves to polymetallic nodes at one. All are part of the carbon cycle essential to planetary life, and to protect them, it is necessary to establish at least marine protected areas. So responded specifically about governance for Brazil, yes, I think certainly all the experience and leadership of international agreements, synergy between these agreements, available instrument, all the lessons learned, will greatly facilitate decision-making. I believe that, and I hope that. On the other hand, I believe that we still have an enormous challenge to face given the climate emergency and our world at war right now. We agreed once again revolves around fossil fuels, mining, and etc. Just like the climate, the BBNJ is more than ever a matter of exercise and cooperation with multilateralism. And while on the one hand, we can say that we already have expertise in how to do it. On the other hand, we have enormous doubts and to whether we will be able to do that. I think it's the big question for us.
Yeah, and I think we have here in the stage actually an example of coordination of this. You have government, you have the philanthropy, third sector, community represented here, talking together about the implementation of global goals. So that's the way you should do. And you talked about hope. And that's interesting. I think, I'm not sure, that is the first time today that I hear this word, hope. We talk a lot about technical issues and scientific ways and all of our targets, and it's a must, sure. But in the scenario we are living now in the world, we also have to have hope as well to follow that and be in this integration to support each other in this way, because it's not a easy path, but we'll keep on doing that. So thanks again for this, for you being here, this amazing panel of women and Adriano. So a round of applause for them. And there is one more piece of this panel. I'd like to invite to the stage for the final message. Another two amazing women as well. So please come to the stage, Mariana Andrade. She's a sonographer, ocean coordinator at the Brazil. And Marinês, special envoy for nations to Coordinate. And I have to say that I believe is the one that has a record of speeches in the year. And I will this stage for the final words and up, but I like to thank again Peace, Minister of Environment and Climate, for putting this moment, also for you. And Andre, that hope you'll be a friend after he discovers what I said at the beginning of the panel. And again, we're here from talking speakers from Portuguese, Spanish, speaking English, different stakeholders to get on the stage. So that's, I think, the main message is this integration of that you have to do that methodology with a really clear goal, but integrating all the voices, tudo misturado. Thank you so much.
Well, after this excellent, Adriana and the girl, we can understand that BBNJ agreement is a catalyst. We explored how BBNJ can integrate the climate and biodiversity conventions, advancing the global target and reinforcing the ocean's role in climate regulation. Discussion reminded us that protecting the high seas is about biodiversity, but it's also about climate stability and resilience. It's about food security and social well-being. And also heard that ocean action is about phasing out fossil fuels and reducing greenhouse emissions. The ocean regulates our climate, absorbs, stores carbon, and sustains life on this planet. Yet, the own national jurisdiction still now lacked the governance tools to ensure effective conservation and ocean health. This matters because the ocean is a connected system. Species migrate, currents move, and ecosystems do not recognize geopolitical borders. BBNJ has the potential to change that. For the first time, we have a global framework that allows countries to work together to design and implement marine protected areas in the high, grounded in science, knowledge, international cooperation, and decades of identifying priority areas for conservation like the abscess. We also talked about moving from ideas to practice. We heard examples of process already protection with participatory process based on science and local community's knowledge. This experience showed that implementation is already starting. We already have the tools and enough knowledge to move forward. But for these initiatives to be effective, they must be part of a broader governance and a sustainable planning and management framework. Planning helps organize ocean use, reduce conflicts, and align conservation, economic activities, and climate solutions. Management turns plans into real outcomes. And this requires capacity and decisions informed by both science and local knowledge. Protecting and sustainably managing the ocean, including the areas beyond national jurisdiction, cannot be done by one country alone. The ocean is a perfect space to understand and apply the concept of multi-role. Hence, countries, societies, economic sectors, philanthropy, and NGOs work towards a shared goal. And this is exactly what the ocean requires. It requires multilateralism, requires countries and regions working together to care for these global commons. If implemented with ambition and in a true multi-role spirit, the BBNJ agreement can accelerate the creation of marine protected areas in the high seas, strengthen sustainable ocean planning and management, and contribute to climate resilience. It can also help bring together the biodiverse, climate, and sustainable development agendas, supporting the 30 by 30 target, advancing the global biodiversity framework, and moving us forward on SDG 14. BBNJ agreement gives us a historic opportunity to act together. The high seas may be beyond national jurisdiction, but they are not beyond our shared responsibility for a better and healthier planet. Let's have a big mutirão for the ocean. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm going to invite you also to take a deep breath, because this conversation is a conversation that I've been trying to have for a while, and it's so nice that we have this opportunity. So I would like to thank Jana for moderating this event. Thank you so much, and helping us to set this event together. Is lovely to collaborate with you and with the ministry as well. And thank all the panelists for their kind knowledge, kindly shared this knowledge with us about how can we move forward with the BBNJ treaty in with a very positive note. Like, we talked a lot of about hope in this stage, and I was not expecting that much, and then I feel very happy to have this conversation in this positive thinking. And I would like also to thank the audience and the organizers for providing this opportunity for us to have this conversation. I have so many notes, but a few of them are about how fortunate are we to be having to be here discussing the importance of diplomacy, knowledge, and science to foster the protection of biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. But I would like also to highlight and call the attention for how many times we mentioned people in this conversation, and the importance of people power in this implementation, in this recognition of connection of biodiversity beyond national jurisdictions with we that are in the coastal zones. Or not even coastal zones, for example. Sometimes we are people that don't see many times these borders that we talk about in the ocean, and but we see how connected we are with the ocean, and how we want to have a protected ocean by 2030 and beyond. From a civil society point of view, I would also like to mention that civil society can play a key role in advocating for this integrated governance that we talked a lot during this panel. This architecture is very complicated to understand, and maybe people are the ones that can see these gaps and also see hope in connecting all of those treaties and targets and many commitments that we have with us, with society, with the ocean, with the planet, with the climate, and etc. This connecting architecture maybe is the one that is going to ensure that ocean protection efforts can reinforce climate mitigation, adaptation, biodiversity conservation, and all at once. So this is something that I hope we are ready to do from now on. BBNJ, I think we believe together that BBNJ can become not only a treaty that regulates how we interact with areas beyond national jurisdictions, but also can be a transformative governance framework capable of bridging climate action, biodiversity protection, and community resilience, as we are talking about people, while advancing in a shared and unified roadmap for the sustainable stewardship of global ocean. Implementation of BBNJ must reflect equity, intergenerational aspects of this treaty, responsibility, and social inclusion. So I think we all touched a little bit on that in this panel. And I cannot end without mentioning how important it is for us to, we that are in this beautiful part of the world, super near to the Atlantic Ocean, how important it is for us to exercise the implementation of BBNJ as looking for a connection among possibly high seas, MPAs, and in the South Atlantic, with North Atlantic, with the Sargasso Sea, and with Antarctica, with many other opportunities that we have here in the Atlantic. And we, civil society, look forward to advance and cooperate in this direction, because we only have 4 years to meet the 30 by 30 goal, but the work doesn't stop at 2030. We have to look beyond. So I would like to thank again for this opportunity. I think we had an amazing conversation. I hope you all enjoyed. I know it's been a long afternoon, a long day, but a very, very productive and very nice day. And thank you very much for this. And thank you, Marinês. Thank you all speakers, all the speakers. And I hope we have a lovely week discussing this much more. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that fantastic satellite event. Thank you to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Brazil. Thank you to Greenpeace Brazil. And thank you to Botacario Group Foundation. Mariana, you did a great job of wrapping things up for us. Thank you. Oh, yes, yes. For everyone involved in that event, please hang back because we want to take a photo of you on the stage. For everybody else, those of us online, goodbye for today. I think that just about wraps up the involvement for online. But those of you here with us in Rio, we actually, not far from here, we have a reservation in a rather nice bar called the Belmont Boteco for a bit of a happy hour for those in need of a bit of refreshment. We have a booking there for 50 people. Drinks for you to purchase. It's not free drinks, but it is happy hour in Rio. So I hope I'm going to see lots of you there. If you leave the museum, you'll see a white building over to your right. And that's where we'll be congregating at the end of the working day, probably be there by 6-ish. So that's an important announcement. The other important announcement is just to add to the thanks. Thanks to all our participants. It's been a really fantastic first day. Thank you to the technical teams, the catering teams, the volunteers. I think we've all really pulled together to create a great day. And we're back here tomorrow at 8:30 for registration. Keynote at 9 o'clock from Alexander Tura, and then 3 more panels and 4 satellite events. So I'm just looking at Marion Andre. I think that's about covers final remarks of the day. Oh, and the Wi-Fi, it is working. Yeah, okay, so inside here, you should get brilliant Wi-Fi, so don't worry about that for the next 2 days. The password is lowercase BBNJ 2026. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much, everyone. See you tomorrow.